thoughts.
I no, I'm trying to figure out my sound right now. Thank you.
No worries, no
Sorry.
worries. Um, anyway, yes, Alrici of Clan Deratig came to ask House Leora to resolve a matter between two of the Dalthurin Concord. The Dalthurin Concord being a loose alliance between the elite mercantile families of Zilargo, um, maybe even Cornberg specifically, that uh, are wonderful. Let me go get them. That's the Tavardrin family stands at the head of, Nordric specifically, who is the head mediator for the Concord, who seems to be indisposed for the moment, for whatever reason that may be, and so has come to House Leora to resolve it. It was decided, Rowan had a choose your character moment and selected Lois. And Lois went in, being the most gnomish of the group, and did her best to end the sort of erratic disagreement. There was a sort of mislabeling of a very valuable asset between two of the two of the businesses there, the Guild Whistle Freight League and the Southrath Sapphire Authority. Lois pulled off a very discreet mediation between the two, which brought them to a positive ending that very much impressed the trust, it seemed. Um, they also let slip when they came back to Rowen that it was they who orchestrated the whole matter. Why they did that, well, it's up to you to decide why they did that. But what came thereafter, most interestingly, was a request to the Baron Leora and asked her, with having everything that just happened, what does it tell you about our good Noldric? Which Rowan responded that he is erratic, unstable, and Zlargo could do better. And yeah, the trust member left with that. Um, what happened next was that Lois set up a meeting between Cross and one Tasik Peldrum to make a deal for the settled acquisition of personal defenses, aka illegal high quality arms outside House Caddis, which has certainly appeased Peldrin more than requiring a marriage. So that's interesting. There was a couple other meetings there, but Lois also met and seemingly impressed the mistress, Kivasa Tavardrin, the matriarch of the Tavardrin clan, and insisted that she would be there at the next event to watch and see, and specifically said that she'd have her eyes on the bear. Um, what happened the very next day, after a little missive to get you all prepared, Viola and Air Marza took you on a bit of a whirlwind morning tour through Kornberg, and he told you his scheme to put pressure on House Civis. Um, he has the party present as guests at his quote unquote the spoken word of the divine of a divided age, a forum of the future of diplomacy, end quote, to show them off to the diplomats of Zilargo and abroad that House Leora is at the head of the New World diplomacy as an ethical, transparent, and New Age, peace-loving diplomatic house that might be a more positive alternative to House Civis as of late. Um, he also revealed that Clan Mars has filed a complaint to the 12 about House Civis expanding their mandate by blocking House Leora, and has had Clan Marza reach out to Tavardrin aligned diplomats in the Five Nations, who would be the natural allies of Leora, and with concern that House Civis is inconsistencies in their apparent neutrality by attempting to take over Zil merchants by getting Tavardrin out of the way. So basically using Civis's own plan to get Tavardrin out of the way by contacting Tavardrin-aligned diplomats and telling them basically what Civis's plan is and how that might influence them in the future, which hopefully will put pressure on Civis. The master stroke of his plan would be that he would offer Civis an alleviance of these various pressures in exchange for the very deal that House Leora has already signed up for a marriage contract with Moldric. It is a gambit. It is a high pressure tactic on behalf of Clan Marza that may or may not work out, but clearly Violan is doing his best. He left you all in the green room after the spoken word of the Divine Age meeting with the various diplomats. Did his best to bid you all a very kind adieu, and has left you there to discuss. You have some hours before the event this evening, and may take that time to discuss whatever it is you please. Violan, what will just happen on stage, what is going to happen tonight at this very last event here in Zalargo. It's up to you. But in the meantime, shall we review the recent rumors?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
All right, we got three, two of which you know, one of which is new. The first of which is this, the Symposium Disaster. Clan Tarlock Starlit Symposium got hijacked by a Fjarlan illusionist who attempted to expose Leora's double dealings. Lois proved herself to be a very eloquent and legally savvy individual pulling apart the farce for what it was. The next rumor is that the Zalargo merchant families are scrambling to maintain their holdings, while the Dragonmark families only grow in success. The scandal of the whole situation is that the Zill merchants are offering products and services that are below Dragonmark Guild standard. Most scandalous. And the last one, our newest rumor that seems to have been put forth by Clan Marza is Leora, the new age of diplomacy. It is refreshing to see diplomats of a transparent and ethical nature with a clear good in the world. Leora could have been timed perfectly with the continent so fractured yet starved for true peace. I wrote that wrong. There is a scandal around it, however. The scandal is this: if only House Civis had agreed, or if only House Civis greed and gatekeeping wasn't in the way of House Leora's setting up a guild and getting down to business of the true diplomacy. That seems to be who could have made that rumor and scandal. I wonder, I wonder.
I wonder who.
I wonder who could have been orchestrating this whole thing. So, my question to you, Clan Leora, is would anybody, not Clan, House Leora, is would anybody wish to use any tokens of favor to try and burn rumors, or would anyone bar for free like to try and scandalize or start a new one? Well, crosses out. I like that I like that I get like the blackjack hand from Cross when the rumors come out.
No, I'm out.
Yeah. I call.
Wants to raise the stakes.
Yeah. I always look in Cross. I always look at you, Cross. I'm like, who's gonna do it? And you give me the you give me the call.
I already did my rumor mongering last time. I need to let that one run its course.
Yeah, let's do. All right, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, it sounds like we're gonna let these three rumors sup be what they are. So with that, we will move on to the epistolary phase. No incoming mail as of yet. But is there anything anyone would like to send outgoing?
I I'll save it for next time.
Cool. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay. That is all then with that. Oh, yes, Rowan.
I am finishing something to send to Jorlana. But I can just type that up real quick and we don't have to. It's just a touch base. There's nothing actionable.
Yeah, sure. It's just like, hey, bitch, how's it going? Love you.
Yeah,
That kind of thing.
essentially, you'll see.
All right. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, we'll deal with that whenever that comes out. Not too worried. Sweet. Oh, I'm gonna just double check my letters here. May I ask, I might have fallen behind last session. Did somebody send a letter to Thrash? No, okay. Maybe I'm
I
going
think
crazy.
I would remember that, but no.
No,
We
nobody
didn't
sent a letter to
send
Thrash.
we didn't send a letter to Thrashk, but we did contract with them, and Fjarland was supposed to have paid them before we got transferred. Like that was something that the Baroness Fjarland said that she was going to do because we met.
Yeah, they gave you a number of deals, but I don't think you guys ever actually like settled on one.
Yeah, we did.
You did?
Mhm. We settled on the one that they recommended, and she said that she would like that was one of the we're going off to
Yeah,
do
fair
this,
enough.
but that was the last communication I had with Thrashk.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let's see here.
Okay.
Rowan figures out their air hunting prices with Thrash. Okay, cool.
I'll be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Cool. I'll mark that down somewhere that they're off to work. Um, okay, cool. If that is the case, let us return to the game. One last relevant note that I will put forth about the new system is that your relationship points will not hold forever with people. You must maintain relationships to keep relationship points. So if you say hung out with the Queen of Ondare when we first started the game, chances are you don't have a ton of points with her still. Not that you're going into negative or anything, but just like, back to neutral a little bit. So you must maintain relationships to hold relationships. And that is all. So, um, okay, I've got the message here, Rowan. Is this going, how are you transporting this? Is this by courier or by messenger station? What's the plan there?
I was going to give it to Loisana and ask her to
Oh,
send it off whenever she could get a chance to
fair enough.
Yeah,
at her leisure.
I am going to.
It can be tomorrow or the next day. This is not.
I I'll reserve it for after tonight's event. Uh, that way I've got the slots if I need them.
Actually, you know what? I'll just pay for it. Give me the sending price. It'll probably be like 5 or 10 gold or something.
I
Yeah,
assume
it's
you did you counted up the 25 words.
Yes, it's exactly 25 words.
Then for 2 silver a word, it's gonna be 5 gold.
All for you.
Easy. All right, bring us back into the game. You guys are sitting around in this green room here backstage. It's sort of your private green room. It's not. I would say you guys would probably all think it to be cramped. You guys have been living pretty well since this game began. So yeah, you guys are kind of in this cramped green room. There's certainly no worries about anyone standing in the room spying on you. It's far too small for something like that. And Lord Marza has just taken his adieu. And you guys have some time there and plenty of time in the day to do what you please. So, as you're in the green room, take it away.
All right. Well, that was interesting.
the degree of effort and imagination is very impressive.
Yeah. I'll convey the conversation that I had with Arichi from the trust.
Well, that aligns very interesting with the brief that I got from the Eyes of Ondare, it seemed at some point the trust had a request of Noldrick's clan, probably the merchant organization, and it wasn't in alignment with what they wanted to do, and so they declined. And they have very politely continued to do so. They were offended enough that they're willing to risk uh, that particular arrangement.
I do not like the way they put me on the spot. Like, it didn't set well with me. And I can say the guy's unsubtle, like he was easy to read. They clearly expected us to be thrown off our, which was silly. It shows that they didn't actually do much research into where we're coming from, right? We thought a little bit of illusion was going to throw us off, and that's not what happened at all, right?
Well, I don't think that. I think that there were multiple exams going on in this particular fiasco. I think the whole outed false contract thing was its own test. One, to see if we would notice it. Two, if we would be able to trace it back to the source. That's a that's a test of observation and skill. How we dealt with that particular outing was a second test. The follow-up interaction with you, then with me and the Zil merchants, and that final piece and its manipulative reveal were all separate tests, testing the various facets of our our house, not only to gauge how how we operate and how well we operate, but the the bounds by which we operate. Uh, it was it was very Zill. Why have one objective when you can have four?
Strategically sound. Either we fail the test miserably and they embarrass us and ruin our chances for the remainder of our time here in Zill, or they find that we're actually competent and can then wield us in whatever way they see fit.
Well, I think we have proved an abundance of competence.
Indeed.
Uh, so that that will only increase our future leverage and bargaining power with the trust, which if effectively gives us better leverage and bargaining power with the triumvirate, because they're effectively the eyes and hands. Not necessarily the mouth, but the eyes and hands. So,
You should have seen the look on her face when I suggested, when I said, he's erratic and unsubtle. You can do better. he's like, oh, who would you recommend, Leora? I'm like, no, we don't want it, thanks.
Oh.
That's like, would you like to solve the Cannith thing? Fuck no. No, we don't. Thanks. That's not for us. And she's like, well, who might you suggest? I'm like, I don't know. Who's the Violette guy? And she's like, the Bard? I'm like,
Is-
yeah, the Bard, actually. I think that the Bard would represent you better. Take that however you'd like.
Oh, speaking of which, once we get done here, can I impose on you, Rowan? I need to go pick up something, but I need help finding something that is appropriate in advance of tonight's outing.
Are we going shopping? Are we
I
going dress
I
make? Do you want me to make
need
you
to
a dress?
go.
I can make you a dress.
I don't need something for me.
Fine. Okay. Happy to assist however I can help.
That would be fantastic.
If as the story has been told to you all by Rowan now, if Lois, Cross, and Nero wanted to make their own insight check regarding that conversation about the trust being like, well, who would you replace him with? May go ahead. DC's a little higher than what Rowan might have ruled
Okay.
in the moment because it's secondhand.
Okay. 10.
16.
18.
18. I'm not going to say you get anything, Nero, but I'm not going to give you the whole picture across the most, but what I will say is it does give you the idea of what the point of the test was, and that was to physically prove Noldrick's relevance to the Concord. And that's all I'll put forth. It's clearly what the trust was trying to demonstrate.
So say that last part again, like Noldrick's relevance to what?
To the Delethor Concord.
Okay.
Because basically you're starting to gather that where they're like, hey, Noldrick's not in the house, which means everybody's at each other's throats. And you go in and resolve it. And it was to kind of show you the mess that is left behind when Noldrick isn't there to resolve things.
Okay.
So you're starting to gather okay, that's why they did it. They put us in there to show off that while Tavardran is what it is, Noldrick is pretty important to the Concord. There's more to it, but with the 1816, that is what I'll give you.
All I will say is I hope we're not. Is I just hope we're not suddenly thrown under the wagon.
Listen, here's the thing. I've been generally pretty direct with people, and that's not the way to fucking approach me. So at this point, I'm just fucking with them. I'm like.
Well, to be clear, this is information that Lois and Cross now have, not Rowan and Ludwig.
I was talking to what Ludwig just shared with me.
I know, and Ludwig made a comment on it, but Ludwig doesn't have the information. So
okay, I'm sorry then.
It's more comments on the whole.
Unless you're commenting on what happened before, then yeah, absolutely.
I would say it was comments of what happened before. I mean, it's just
Rowan is commenting on why she's chuckling about it because she literally gave them the most ridiculous answer she possibly could have.
And to be perfectly honest with you,
I don't like being manipulated. And I definitely don't like the whole parental tack that they took. That was some shit right there. So you know what? Nah, you can do better. But seriously, he was unsubtle and erratic. That was some easy shit to read. That dude could not keep his face under control as far as his just general disdain. It's him and a couple of others. It's listen, I don't know.
Well,
They're and
generally speaking.
here's the whole thing. They're welcome to him. Like, they're welcome to keep him. It's fine. I think, have you decided that you just don't want this guy? Like, is that what you're doing?
Well, I want to, take a good listen to what's going on. As far as the rumor mill is concerned, from the stuff that Violin's ginned up here. But it certainly feels like it has the potential to move the same stone out of our path. And my personal inclination is that Noldrick might be better exactly where he currently is.
Yeah, no, 100%, like, that's the whole thing. They can fucking keep him, right? Um, and I legitimately think that Violette brings a set of skills that's truly extraordinary. But if the trust can't see that, like, that's fucking fine, right? Like, here,
That's that's
you
that's that's perfectly okay.
you can keep your
And
status quo. It's fine with us. I'm sorry, I'm being petty. I'm going to shut up now. You, Lois.
oh, by no means. The
She was so pissed off when she walked out of that room. I got to tell you, it was, it was, it was kind of great. All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
the trust is interesting in that it takes itself extremely seriously, and yet there are members that know that they deserve to be fucked with, and they appreciate it to some degree when someone does.
Here's the thing, and like, maybe this isn't the Zill way, and if it's not the Zill way, like, listen, I want to let us do in Zill the way they do in Zill, right? I'm not here to shove my way down anyone else's throat, but if you're going to approach me, I would like, let's be direct, let's talk. it, I I understand that the nature of shit is to try to move someone, but man, that just pissed me right off.
And
Like, I haven't been this pissed. Oh shit. I haven't been this pissed off since I was a teenager at my parents. Like, it's that kind of pissed off. I should look into that. Anyway, we got real shit to do. So what's the deal with tonight? Obviously we need to go shopping, but does everybody have like their appropriate
yeah,
accoutrement on whatever? Is there anything
wait,
that
where
we
are
need
we?
to do together? I figured we were
wait,
in
where are we?
Rowenzilla.
You're in the green room
we're in the
the
green room.
theater
Okay, we're
Okay.
still having. Yeah, I thought
after
we
after
Yep.
the interview.
It's secured. Okay then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you guys have already checked it to make sure the place is secure.
Okay, okay, thank
It
you.
is too small a room for anyone to be viewing you inside. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're good.
Thank you. So what are we doing? Like, I'm good with anything, but Lois, you clearly understand what's going on a little better. So I would prefer to move with your counsel.
Well, I think that if there are any interactions or relationships out of these events that we have had here in Zill, if there are any points that you want to leverage for on down the road, pick up a a a gift of some sort to present tonight is the way to go, because that's what this event is about.
Do
Now, for the suitors, it's it's a a more visible, grand deal, which is why I need a little bit of help. But um, but if there are any other relationships, a a a gifting to kind of cement that relationship would be useful. Like, I don't know what went on with you and the arms folks cross,
Well,
but
Jurassic.
if you wanted to cement that, that would be something appropriate for this upcoming this upcoming thing. It's not a a suitor thing necessarily, but there's going to be a lot of gift giving
It,
inside of that space.
it
Um,
might be better if I withhold. Well, don't do that. This is the arrangement between me and Jurassic is something, let's say, under the table, not
And
for public eyes.
and I understand, but it doesn't have to be overt. It can be it can be small, but do with that as you will.
I will consider it.
is there a clan in particular that House Leora should gift something to? Are there multiple clans we should gift something to? And thank you for the heads up on this.
Uh,
Weapons clan sounds obvious potentially, but still.
If you wanted Lois, you could roll a history check to know about, by and large, the relevant clans of Korenberg, or here at the events anyway.
that'll be a 16.
16. So, as a relevant piece of Zalargo lore, your clan is considered a noble clan if it sits on the Council of Nine. All of the three major cities of Zalargo have a Council of Nine, which is the ruling body of the city, which elects an individual to become a member of the Triumvirate. So, there are 9 important clans to each city. I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but surprise, surprise, Tavardrin is one of them. Marza is one of them. And I'm going to go take a little peek for the other important clans of Kornberg. You're just gonna have to give me a second. So, um, okay. Oh, I'll post that info about Council of Nine now, just in case you ever want to cross-reference it. Okay, confer. Oh, that is making fucking sense at all. Council of Nine, Cormac. Okay, so in the lore, there is no specific clans, but I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll work on it. Let's keep playing. I will select some clans here in the background, as there's no actual lore that suggests who sits where. So,
well, like we know there's a clan Tarlock, right? Because they did one of the thingies, and then like who did the first thingy? What clan hosted?
yes,
the
but they
first
may
thingy?
not necessarily. Absolutely, but they
Oh.
might not necessarily sit on the Council of Nine and be considered a noble clan, quote unquote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's possible, but I
I
just
didn't
need a
mean to
moment
assume.
to peek it. No, you're totally good.
Yeah.
I just need a moment to
But
think it over.
I was trying to make it easier.
That's what Lois would say. As House Leora, I think a small token, because there will be a representative from all of them at this event, whether they have a suitor that's in season or not. Something as a token from us to these noble houses would be looked on well.
So one small gift to each one, and then also a gift to each host clan if the host clan is not represented in those 9.
I think that would be entirely appropriate.
Yeah, listen, the events, like, I know what they were trying to do, and it was a little shady, and maybe it would have been different if it turned out different. But listen, Lois got some great press, and we all had the opportunity to speak and speak passionately and kind of show that we have a measure of prowess in this arena. Like, I'm not like, the events have kind of played to our strengths. I can't be too angry about it, to be honest with you.
No, I think that they've to to date so far they've worked out well. We weren't going to get through them without someone either taking a shot directly at me or at Leora more generally, because we're the new kid in school, and that comes with the initiation price.
Oh my word. I'm sorry. I'm probably gonna have to deal with a Ricci. I don't think I did any major harm, but seriously, guys. I don't like bullshit tests.
Welcome to Cornbird.
And there's been a lot of them in a row, and it just jumped on my petty button until it was an explosion of soda, right? And the petty just exploded everywhere. I should probably take a walk.
Somewhere
and
the
eat
trust is
something.
scrying on you guys, and he's like, what the fuck is she talking about? A confetti soda? What? Write it down. Okay, fine. Document it.
Petty, not confetti. Fine. The pettiness.
Quote unquote.
A soda
quote,
of
unquote,
pettiness.
An explosive soda of pettiness. Triumvirat's like, fuck. I have no idea if we can trust these guys.
Yeah, they seem. Wow, they just got these people can't agree on anything. They're idiots. They're all a bunch of idiots.
She's like, wait a second, they're idiots.
That's the secret. Every organization's run by idiots. They're all making it up.
No, Lois did well, and if all goes optimally, they'll get their guy, and Lois will get ours. And we'll still be able to get the stuff that we need from other parties, because
So,
fuck it, if you got them, smoke them. All right.
Well, Ryan, would I know what would make a good acceptable gift in Zalago?
Oh, any number of things. Like anywhere, it's about price.
Hmm.
When you don't have an it's about one of two things, about either intimacy or it's about price, right? Like if you don't know the people there, I mean, it's very impressive if you show up without any prior visitation and then hand them something like deeply intimate. It's very impressive. That's wow, like especially here in Zalarga where everything is about intrigue and everything is about information, everything's about, backward dealing and like secrets. So I think showing up with an intimate gift out of the blue is very impressive about your ability to acquire information. But it is equally acceptable to bring something of a certain dollar value. So whatever that may be, the point is to like don't show up with a fucking gift card. It's like any event you ever go to. Either make it intimate or make it reach a certain dollar value.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So as soon and I am not trying to hold things up. This is something that we could do in text.
Yeah.
But that's kind of why I'm waiting to see what the clans are. Because at least
Yeah.
for some of them we might be able to find something that's really intimate, like Lois.
I'm literally just gonna go start going down the list and just start rolling dice to see like 50-50, see if your clan is famous. Like,
I'm not
that's
trying
what
to be
I'm doing.
shitty.
No, not at all. You need so this is an information game. You need information. Welcome to Slarga. You know what? I'm gonna say that the host parties are not on the Clan of Nine. That's probably exactly why they're throwing the parties, just for fun.
So we will need 12 gifts then.
The suitors themselves are probably from noble clans, thus exactly why they're here. Okay. Clan Clan Drovensar. Because you guys are here looking for yeah. Okay. Josric. I think it makes sense that these guys are all nobles. Helbrew.
I want to
Melisar.
pull up the season so I
1,
can
2,
see
3,
who.
4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, you know what? That's perfect because why would every single clan be there? I'm gonna go double check. My last guy's here. No. Chemical, no. No. No, definitely not. Wineworks, scribes, glasswork. No. Okay, so of those attending the season this year, you have identified 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that I can start writing them up in the chat if you wish. But yeah, I'll just start writing them in the chat.
Whenever I need to get, whenever I usually need to get a gift for somebody and it's needs to be expensive, I don't know much else about them. I usually just go alcohol. Bottle of wine never goes amiss.
Never goes amiss. You guys know how to buy gifts. It's just imagine like it's just more expensive version of the normal world.
Now, I will say, if you were to go and get an antique, and the stranger the antique it is, the better. That may serve you better than alcohol because they're going to wonder, why are they giving me this? And that question here in Zilargo,
So the mystery is the gift.
that's exactly it.
Let us go shopping. I have some ideas.
I'm immediately imagining some kind of puzzle or whatever. Some kind of old puzzle.
Oh, if I had a day to plan. We could do like a scavenger hunt.
How many hours do we have?
I'm gonna say it's fairly early. He would have got you up early, and this little conference here is probably like around like 10 o'clock. So let's say it's midday. Let's say it's midday, and the party begins at dusk. So you guys have several hours to go do what you want to do around Corenberg, get all dressed up, and then go to the party. So you got time.
All right.
A little divide and conquer would probably be in order. Um,
Yeah.
but we could also all go together too if you wanted, depending on what you wanted to do for the day.
What? Hang out like friends off hours? That's crazy.
Yeah. I have like one thing I might want to do.
Well, I need to get going because I have a very specific thing in mind, but I don't know if I can find it.
Okay.
And Rowan will be leaving with Lois.
I'll I think I might just leave with Soren and Todrick and just explore the city a little bit.
Beauty. Nothing wrong with that. Corenburg is a cool place. And what about you, Cross? Do you have any machinations?
Machine machinations.
Not particularly. I might just go back and see if the prince needs me. He'll
All
be
right.
cool ambassador for a bit.
Okay. I've actually got some fun for you, Cross, now that we're gearing up for new series coming out next session, probably.
Oh yeah.
Yay.
Next session. Wow.
I mean, my hope would be we finish it tonight, the ball, but we'll see.
We'll see. We gotta hurry up, guys.
Somebody wants to get there.
Mm.
Okay, beautiful. So I'm gonna just roll D4. Who starts? 4. Ludwig, what are you doing?
Okay, I'm immediately going to any antique shops I can find.
Okay, yeah. I'm sure you find plenty around. You go into this one shop, and this surprisingly shady looking gnome comes over and goes, "Hey, what are you looking for? What can I do? What can I do for you?"
I am in search of, well, I'm in search of an antique as a gift for someone.
You come to the right place. Got plenty of things around here of all sorts.
How above the board is this guy, Ryan?
It's a Largo. He's definitely not above. Yeah. Well, let me put it this way. Make me either an insight or a history check.
Insights. 15.
Well, he's not in prison, which means that he hasn't done anything illegal. Because if he's done anything illegal, you better believe the trust would have scooped him up by now. Because there's that's the thing, folks. I want to put out there for all the hate the trust is getting. The streets of Korenberg have been the most free of crime of any city you have been to. From Fairhaven to Korth to anybody, this place is spotless of any sort of violent crime. If you guys were out at night, you might have even seen like young children sort of like hanging out in the streets in the middle of the night to the confidence of their parents at the just sheer lack of criminality in Korenberg. Which is to speak to the trust's. The symposium brought up some debate about the tactics used, but you certainly can't argue with the results. The place seems spotless of crime. So anyway, that is all to say that as shady as this guy is, he at least knows how to play the game because he's not in jail, but he looks shady as fuck. He's got like black slick hair going back, and it's all sort of, in that gnomish way, kind of like spiking up, sort of like at the back. His eyes are like extra pointed up. His eyebrows are up. He's got the angular face, the really big eyes. He's like,
He's got.
"What can I do for you? What can I do for you?"
Okay. So I look around the shop. Do I find anything that could be seen as a bit of a puzzle, perhaps?
Ooh. Oh,
Uh, either a puzzle or a clock.
Okay.
Because I feel like a clock is such a mechanical object that I feel like gnomes would love to look around in.
Absolutely. You know what I'm going to do for you? I'm going to get out
Oh no.
I'm going to get you a little
It's go-
roll chart out for this. Um,
What he hands me a square puzzle box and says, "What's your pleasure, sir?"
um,
Hopefully nothing I get is accidentally cursed.
um, Okay, roll me a D100 as you go looking around, and you're like looking around. You look on this one shelf. Roll me a D100.
Okay, let me look for 100. I think this is a 100. 51.
Oh, baby.
Oh boy.
You find a delicate bronze chain and ending in a carved bone bead.
Hmm. So it's a chain ending in like a bead.
Yeah, but it's like a very delicate chain, like something like a chain you'd find on a pocket watch, like a very like supple, like well-crafted, delicate bronze chain connected to this carved bone bead at the end.
Hmm. I'll ask the shop owner what it is.
That is the great mystery, isn't it? What do you think it is, traveler?
Hmm. Can I do an insider history check on this, Ryan? If I have any idea.
No, I have no fucking clue. You don't know what the hell is shit. What the fuck? It could be nothing for all you know. You don't know. If you want to keep looking, I'll leave 100.
Okay, yeah, I think I will keep looking. I remember the thing because it could be a hell of a gag because like, what is it? You have to find out.
Absolutely, like absolutely.
48.
You find a small cloth pouch, embroidered with a silver crescent moon.
Hmm, interesting. Do do I recognize the insignia at all, or
It's a moon. There's no particular
do I sense
god
what's
or
inside of it?
religion or symbol that you can like. You don't know. Like, I don't believe there's any sovereign hosts of the moon, for
Okay.
example.
Do I feel like what's inside the bag?
Nothing inside.
Mm,
But it's not a bag, it's a cloth.
it's cloth. Interesting.
It's almost like a very fine like hanky
Mm,
or a uh whatever the thing you stick in the suit pocket. Like it's
it feels
very
like yes.
delicate, it's very fine.
Oh, interesting. Anything particularly special about this piece of cloth?
The value you put on things is the value you take, my friend.
Mm.
Oh, I'm Italian. The value you take is the value you're going to get from it. Yes, sir.
Mm. How much for the chain?
On the chain, I charge you 6 credits. I mean, gold. I'm not that guy from Tatooine. Because I charge because
Charge you six
I
credit.
charge you a 6 gold.
Is Ryan, would I know if that's considered expensive in Zolago among
Yeah, I'm not gonna make a
nobles?
roll for it. I mean, it's an antique shop. It's not crazy. Like it's fine. It's not blowing it out of the water by any measure. You're not being ripped off by any means.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like the more expensive the object, the more I can brag about it.
Because you want something expensive, something particularly magnificent.
Do you have anything in mind?
Um, let me think. Like, we look in the back. Uh,
Okay, and while he's looking at the packet, I look at Todrick and Sora, and I just kind of shrug my shoulders, like this is what they like in Sulaco, I guess. I
um,
silently.
yeah, yeah. Well, he's not around. He can hear you. They're looking around to you sort of quizzically. Um, uh, and they'll see what they're looking at. Um, uh, let's see here. Your bodyguard has this like wax cylinder that says uh it's this wax cylinder that is labeled "Do not play at night." He's like, okay. And the other one has a pair of cufflinks shaped like lightning bolts. Your war buddy. He's like, not bad, actually, not bad. Um, but my boy comes back And he's going to hand you this palm-sized cube made from platinum black pearl and smoky quartz. It has a face etched with an intricate gnomish knotwork that seems to shift under the light. Knotwork being that sort of like Nordic or Celtic sort of the Celtic knot, very similar,
Oh,
but a
interesting.
little bit more like sort of clockwork-esque. It has tiny seams and hinges that are almost impossible to see, and the whole object gives a faint scent of old parchment and ozone despite its metallic shape. Um, as you move it, it's almost got like this incredibly intricate Rubik's Cube situation to it where it twists and slides and moves under pressure in different points. Um, he goes, "This is picked this up a while ago looking for the right buyer. It's called the Argent Mind Lock. It is a incredibly complicated and high value sort of noble item that also seconds as a mysterious puzzle box. I don't even know what's inside, but there is something in there. If you give it the softest of shakes, you would want to damage whatever it is.
Curious.
It is something of this value with the gold pearl, with the platinum. You have to imagine this is certainly something of great value materialistically. It probably is something more of a status piece than anything.
Hmm. What's the price?
I couldn't let this go for under for I'm gonna have to call it 500 gold. You look for expensive. This is the best I have, sir.
Hmm. I I appreciate your offer on that, but I'll have to say no. I've
You sure? It would be a most magnificent gift for an individual as well presenting as yourself. There's even a suspicion that the maker of this little box was one Telen Rosiak, if you could believe it.
would that name ring a bell, Ryan?
Roll a history check.
Yeah, hold on. Let me bring it up. Sorry.
No worries.
17.
Yeah, you've heard about him. It's been slipped around a couple of times. Maybe while you were in one of those houses and viewing the paintings, you noticed a couple of Rosiak paintings, and you were told that Talon Rosiak was sort of the Largo da Vinci, where he lived quite a while ago, quite a long time ago, and he kind of jumped from project to project to project and came from a very lesser clan that never kind of found prominence, and died out, in fact, quite a while ago just from lacking prominence. But they had one golden gem of genius, which was Kellen Rosiak, who was an exquisite craftsman, painter, and puzzle master. And to own one of his works is to be considered great value. He's
Mm,
kind of he's kind of like a one of those great sort of artisanal inventors of history. So maybe like a Dali or a Da Vinci. Maybe not quite Da Vinci. Maybe he's more like Dali level, where like it's possible to own some of their works, but there's a variety of range of value.
hmm. Can I try haggling him?
Of course.
Then, um, there aren't many who come into your shop. I doubt there are many come into your shop who could afford such an item. For most of what's done for you is just collect dust back there in the storeroom. How about 350?
Ah,
I make a pers
350. Okay. Yeah. Make a persuasion check. Make a persuasion check. You're right.
Okay,
Well,
hold on. Persuade. 17, but I'm gonna use Commander's Presence
hell yeah.
for D8. 21.
21. He goes, oh, 400. You say 350? Like, I I could do it for 5. I could do it for 400. That's a great deal. I'm not even meeting you in the middle of the two. Let's do 400 and wipe our hands of it, huh?
I give a moment and I think about it. I look to Soren and Todrick and I think, and eventually all right, I reach up my hand very well. So we have a deal, 400.
400 it is. Very good doing business with you. And he will, um, yeah, he'll shake your hand. He'll happily shake your hand, and say, and he'll hand it over to you. You say, may it bring you great favor with whoever it is you're trying to gain favor.
Thank you very much. One last thing. Is there a creation on this included?
Accretion. Well, not so much, but I mean, it's very clear in the craftsmanship. I'm not trying to fleece you by any means. Look at it. I mean, it's very consistent with the styles, and it's authentic to the time. I've had it appraised, but no, I haven't had it. I don't have any paperwork, unfortunately. Which
Hmm.
is why I'm giving it away for such a fine price.
Do I believe him, Ryan?
Make a insight check.
Unnatural 20.
Well, he rolls an out one. Um, you look through him and you see that like clearly like he can't be 100% certain that this is indeed belong to this is a work of Talon, but you can see that like despite that fact he personally is convinced that it is. And the reasons that he gives or sound where you're like, see, look at the knotwork, and you do recall like you did see a painting with similar knotwork, and he says like I've had it appraised, and look at the value of the metal. You have to admit that it is of a correct price. I am giving you a, and you do think he's giving you a fair
If it's a
price.
fraud, it's a very good fraud.
If it's a fraud, it's a very good fraud, and it's getting by him, and whoever appraised it for him, which to sell a fake as a normal is technically a crime and nobody here is or down the line has seemingly been arrested by the trust. So
Very, very,
it's hard to say no.
all right, my good sir. Very well. I'll take it. Just a quick thing. Can I have it wrapped, perhaps?
Of course, free of charge.
Oh,
Um,
thank you.
and he'll put it back in the box that he had, which was a very nice protective sort of velvet box, velvet lined box. And yeah, he'll wrap it all up for you. He does not wrap it in Christmas paper. He wraps it in something a little bit more elegant, and he will hand it to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Have a very good day. And I head outside. I have like out. Should I have myself hold on to it or Soren hold on to it? Ooh.
You could have your guy hold on to it for you. It'd be very, but Todd definitely is like, okay, I want these lightning bolts, and he gives him the couple
He
things,
buys the lightning
and he buys the
bolts.
lightning bolts for
Yeah, it's
like 2 gold, and
yeah, okay.
he's like, wearing
Okay.
these tonight for sure. Wednesdays for tonight for sure. And he happily
Exactly.
wanders away with them.
Exactly. Well, now that the shopping's done, I'm going to make my way to the Great Library of Cornberg.
Uh, yeah, Todrick kind of,
And I know it's very boring, but
yeah,
does anyone else want to do a quick thing before I go doing that?
yeah. Let's swap it around.
Okay.
Okay, I roll a little dice here. We're gonna see who's up to bat. Let's see. I've got Rowen, so by extension, I've got Rowen and Lois up to bat, and we'll hit cross thereafter. So you two, where are you headed?
Uh, I need to find a instrument maker.
I'm sure that won't be too much of an issue. Um, you are taken across town by whatever guy is paid to take you across town. And so indeed you find yourself into a fine, definitely like a little bit more upper class, yeah, instrument shop. You walk in and you find this This old gnomish crafter, he got gray hair, balding a little bit. He looks like somebody who's done his craft for a very long time. Beautiful instruments in here, lovely polish. Everything here is of an excellent quality, just on sheer sight. And the individual turns to you and he says, "Welcome to my shop. What is it that I could do for you?"
Uh, I am I am looking for a instrument of significant significant worth. Uh, Specifically, I would like a flute.
Flute, a fruit of
Uh,
significant
I have
worth.
I have heard that there are instruments that some of the House Fjarlin players will use that have some some additional magical oomph associated with them. But I don't know if there is a flute that might have something inside that vein.
I may have something for you. I may have something for you. Well, let me just show it to you and I'll explain it. Yeah, come up to the desk and he'll go around his desk and you'll see many beautiful instruments in the glass cases. And he'll pull out this little box, not unlike Ollivander's wands. And he will open it up. And it is definitely like a D&D flute. But it is made of solid silver and it is gilded, it seems, with brass. And he says, "Now, I must explain myself. Most flutes are made of fine woods, but I've been experimenting with various sounds recently, different materials, and just the sound that comes out of a silver flute is, of course, a great expense to create a flute of such materials. But if you're looking for something exceptional, the sound that comes out of a silver flute is one that is crisp and unique sounding. It wouldn't take me but a couple of hours, maybe two, to have it enchanted with perhaps something that projects it a little bit more intensely. I do those pretty regularly in this shop, if that is of your interest."
Uh, Absolutely. And what what would that entail price wise?
Well, with the enchantment included, and the flute being what it is, he will know the price, but it means I zoom over the cost section. He goes, "It is I admit this is probably the finest flute I have in the shop, and with the enchantment, and if you need it done rather quickly, I'm afraid it would have to be about 100 gold. This is probably one of the finest flutes I have in the shop, if not the best. Including the enchantment, it may have to be 100 gold, but I guarantee you, whoever will be playing on this will not only be enjoying it for its sound, but will be enjoying it for a long time, as it should not degrade for many generations. Gnomish generations, of course."
If I can say, Lois, some of these gifts are expected as part of the courting season. Like we are still doing diplomacy, and part of that is gift giving. So I know
If I
that some
may,
things will, yes.
my apologies, ma'am. You brought up courting. I thought I'd just put one in. What I am offering to you is an exceptional price. Um, if it is for the courting season, may I just say that to give such a gift at such an exceptional price, it would be uh, a most telling gift, one of exceptional effort and one of exceptional cost that should be a grand gesture, to put it plainly.
Can you uh can you also put a a uh, a inscription onto it?
Most certainly. If you were to pay the 100 gold, I would have no problem doing that free of charge thereafter.
Uh, I think that sounds how how fancy is the 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 box that it was setting in?
Pretty fancy. It's a nice polished wood box with a velvet lining.
Okay, okay.
Probably of like a purplish color. It's a nice box. It's a pretty nice box for a nice.
Yeah, done, done.
Magnificent, magnificent. I have a couple of apprentices in the shop who can get this done and enchanted by tonight. I am aware that it is there is some spectacular ball this evening. I've had a couple of people come through. This will be done. If you give me your information, I can have it delivered to your steading wherever you are
Oh,
staying.
absolutely. I am staying here.
Well, magnificent. I will have one of my apprentices hand deliver it once it is complete.
Thank you very kindly.
Absolutely. And if you hand over the 100 gold, he will keep it. He will take whatever your inscription is. Above the table. I don't care if you want to take a minute on that. Whatever.
Yeah.
Lois hands something off. You may take a minute, Eric, if you wish. I do not mind. And he will enchant it, and it will be delivered to you, indeed, without complication, by hand, by one of the apprentices that you do see in the shop. See, so you will have this gift in your hand before the event.
Okay. Uh,
And to be clear, it is a very nice flute. It is a beautiful flute. Um, Second to none, perhaps you've seen. And you've been to some courts. Like they probably took you to the nicest place in town. They're like, okay, this is like the master instrument maker here in Korenberg. You guys are fancy people. We're gonna take you to a nice place. So this guy's probably the like he's been doing this for hundreds of years.
uh, I've got I've got one other spot that I would actually I take that back. Two spots.
Okay.
One is I want to go to a toy maker.
Okay.
I want to buy a little boat.
Okay. Yeah, you go to some toy maker with crazy hair, and he's like, "Yeah, I love toys," and he will happily sell you a little. Depends on how complex you want it to be. It could be just like a little wood boat, or it can have a whole, ferry
A
system.
reasonably fancy. But
Okay.
I'm looking for in the middle of the deck for them to mod it.
Yeah.
So it has got uh a well that a stone could be fit into.
Is okay. Absolutely. Is it a particular stone?
Well, the other stop that I'm going to make is I want to stop by a jeweler and I want to get a sapphire to place in that socket on the boat.
Okay. Okay. Um, yeah, I will say you go to the toy maker shop. They were like originally going to charge you 3 gold. They'll bring it up to 5 for this like speedy modification. And it is like a clockwork, like it's got the I don't know all boat terms. I'm not super, but on the ferries, like the giant wheels that keep the
Yeah.
boat. Yeah, it's like a steamboat basically. Yeah, and you can go to a jeweler. You want to purchase a sapphire. Oh, mama, let me go take a look. For like a little sapphire, call it. It's probably what like you want one that's like well cut and everything.
Yeah.
Call it 10 gold for like a nice well cut sapphire. A little smaller. It's inside of a toy boat.
Yeah, that'll do.
Cool. Sure.
That'll do.
Okay. Excited.
And that's all of the shopping that I had. Did you want help picking out general stuff, Rowan, for all of the other folks?
Yeah, please. Please. Very much. Do we want to get something for your I think you had a friend who she kind of looks around and goes, we'll talk later. Yeah. I think you've had a friend you sent on your
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Apologies. Go ahead.
I think you had a friend that you sent on your way, and I can't remember his name because I'm struggling here. But he's definitely somebody that we could put. I don't know if he's somebody that you want to have a business relationship, but do we want to give him also something? Question mark
one
from
of
the house. I don't remember which house he was, so I don't know if he's one of these 6 I'm looking at.
The banker.
Yeah, Yosrik is from one of the noble families, yes.
Yeah. He absolutely is one of the nobles. So
can you tell me which one?
House Josric.
Josric. All right.
Tormalin Josric from the Josric Legal Trust. They are merchant lawyers, basically. They're business lawyers, basically.
All right. And Tavardran does what's kind of their thing?
They do mercantile mediation.
So law also? Law, business
No.
contracts?
It's less. I mean, it ties into legalities, but it is. Let's see here. To be very specific,
Noldrick is a business fixer.
Exactly. He's a business fixer. He basically like makes sure everybody's getting along.
All right, so let me
he's what
say
Donald Trump wishes he actually was.
Please.
Yeah.
All right. So
yeah.
this is let me tell you what I'm shooting for.
It's an intermediary.
This might be an easier way. I would like to get gifts that are small and meaningful in a way that says, hey, we have enjoyed our time here and we would like to be able to do business with you at some point in the future, right? Fair roads, fair weather, we are all happy. It was a great time.
And perhaps we'll go someplace and we'll get a coin token made to include with whatever it is. We'll get a profile of Rowan stamped on the side of the coin as the first Baroness of Leora. And
let's just do the Sphinx. Let's just do the Sphinx. Let's not do my face.
Yeah, little profile thing.
No. Let's
mint
just
a
do
coin.
the Sphinx.
Just fucking mint a coin. Do it.
We're just gonna do the Sphinx. We are not putting my face on currency of any kind.
Just a profile. Just a little profile.
Start using paper money and like have Rowan's face, the first face on
one side can be the Sphinx and the other side can be Rowan.
Yeah, there we go.
That's exactly what I was thinking. But the token is useful for a 10%, 25% discount on future service.
Entire money. Oh shit. Oh my god.
I'm already
You gotta
imagining.
make sure that Rowan gives the gift too, though. Like is the one to present the gift. So when they open it, it's Rowan standing in front of them.
Imagine someone giving you a coin with their own face on.
That's a power move.
That's that's being
I'm already imagining like some kind of
we,
for Leo, there'd be like this John Wick system where they use gold coins to buy surfaces or something,
Yeah.
or commemorative coins to buy surfaces or something. I don't
Except
know.
they're called Rowen coins.
Yeah,
Make sure they're Electrum though. They're Electrum coin.
yeah.
Rowan's face on an Electrum coin with the
Oh, they should be
Sphinx.
platinum.
We're trying to get a new currency going. It's called Electrum.
We'll
Uh,
call it I don't know. It's cryptocurrency or
I hate you
whatever.
all. I hate you all.
yeah, it's the first. Oh no. As a note, Lois, I want to do you one better for the instrument because I don't know, making it loud is kind of whatever. Instruments are already loud. He's gonna offer you two unique enchantments.
Okay.
One is the enchantment of scribing, which he says, "Is this for a bard?"
hmm
He'll say, "Well, the instrument of scribing allows 3 times a day that you may expend one of the charges while you're playing it to create a 7-word-long message that glows faintly and can be seen in the pits of darkness. So basically, it describes a little 7-word message while you're playing.
Kind of like what they did during the symposium,
Yes, exactly.
smaller scale.
Exactly. You can only do 3 a day, but it's very. You could like do a sonnet even as an interesting application. The other, which is far more popular, is the illusion enchantment, which allows you to create a harmless illusionary visual effect in a 5-foot emanation from the instrument itself while it is being played. The bard, if it is played by a bard, the emanation increases to 15 feet. So you may have a spectacle to surround the actual playing of the instrument around the bard who is playing it. So those are the two enchantments, one certainly more popular than the other. But this is Largo, and we do like our words.
Can it do both?
It's unfortunately, well, the illusion one can just do what the scribing one. I mean, technically, you
Yeah,
recreate the illusion of words,
we'll do the illusion.
and there's no
Yeah.
charges, so I don't even know why the scribing one even exists. I honestly, that's what I have my apprentices do before they work up to the illusion one. So I don't even know why I proposed that. Forget I said anything. All right, it's gonna be a silver flute of illusions.
Awesome.
Incredible. So that is what they're selling, not one that is just a louder musical instrument because they're already loud. That's stupid. So anyway, you're gonna have a much cooler flute. Same price. Anyway, please move along. My apologies. Just wanted to give you your bang for your buck.
Yeah, so the goal here is to find simple, meaningful gifts, and we don't have to go through the selection process if we want to make a roll and you say you find the appropriate things. I am
Sure.
fine with that because it's a lot of different parties, and I don't want to
I am not
to
worried.
jam up the game.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the party's ability to shop and find stuff while shopping, especially in your, I don't know, financial bracket, let's call it, in life. I don't think I need to make you roll. We could absolutely say, Rowan, you and Lois go shopping. As long as it's within the bounds of what would make sense, you can just find in a basic shop. Not a basic shop, you know what I mean? Like, it's nothing too specialized or like, you know what I mean? If you can find it off the shelf, I've got no fucking problem. If you want something particularly specialized, message me. All good. Totally fine. Why don't we say, um, how much do you want to drop on each gift? Let's talk about that though.
What do we think is appropriate? Because part of what we're doing is trying to get everyone to play nice with us. And
Yeah. Well, the more gold you throw at it, the more impressive it's gonna, like, frankly, like obviously, like the more money you throw at it, the more incredible it's going to be.
so
Um, but
Is
I'll
it,
give you a baseline. You can work up from there.
can I, is there a way that we can make that there's a role to add that sense of intimacy or intrigue or appropriateness?
Yeah, if you want to go down the clan list, we can roll an investigation check. Well, who would the gift be to? You want to go to like the clan patron or matron or whoever, right?
Yes.
So if you want to make okay, if we want to make an investigation check to see like what do you know of this person, like what they might like, we'll just go down the list, dude. So we've got, I
Sorry,
assume,
guys.
Lois. No, no,
Oh,
it won't
yeah.
take long at all. It won't take long at all. So we've got Marza, clearly, and what was the, if I may ask, which clan was the boat for?
It's well, that one's specifically for Noldrick because that represents
Hmm.
fixing that problem with the shipper and the Sapphire agents.
Ah, you're very cool. Okay, very very cool. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need from you 5 investigation checks or insight
Okay.
checks, your choice. Oh, from Rowan. Sorry, from Rowan,
Oh,
because she is the one who's doing the shopping. Just to see, we're gonna do them. We're gonna go down the list for each one. We're gonna see.
Can I get the help action from Lois Honest, and she's
Sure.
specifically counseling me?
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Okay, that's good. So, my investigation is not great. I'm going to be honest with you.
The artificer with a low investigation.
It's only a +4. Look, I put my
That's fair.
stuff in other stuff.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
17
fair.
+4 is 21.
Okay, I'm just gonna just keep going. I'm just gonna note where you are with each clan.
Okay,
Just keep going.
so
So that was a 21 for Tavardrin. Keep
yep,
going. This one is for clan Dobrensar.
that's not as good. That was a 14
Okay.
+4. Oh, 17.
Okay, 17. 2 more.
Ooh,
That was for Jawstring.
19 +4, 23.
23. Excellent.
18.
18. Okay, understood. Okay, so to like go out shopping and to like kind of find people while you're shopping or to talk to your people who are around you, like in your posse, and just like kind of figure amongst yourselves like the personal, intimate interests of these clan leaders. Just like while you're out on the town, I set the DC at 20 because that's kind of intimate knowledge to just kind of have off of the street. So you are going to know about the matron of Clan Tavardrin and the matron, or the matron, whoever it may be, of Clan Hellroot. If you wanted to learn about your host, because I know you guys wanted to buy for your host as well for this evening, you could do that one too. You want to throw one last one?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And that is for the non-noble clan of uh Duran.
That's 17. So
Okay, so yeah, you're not gonna be sure about that one there.
so for the ones that we don't hit, we can still buy a gift for
Oh,
that's like
absolutely.
not offensive.
Oh, of course, of course. It's just that you're not gonna like hit that extra like intimate, like, whoa, how did you know kind of bracket, you know?
Okay.
Um, excellent. Okay, so from Tavardrin, um, that one is going to be for Kavessa, actually. You learn that Kavessa actually, it's kind of like a lesser known, not necessarily secret, but Kavess Kavasa, excuse me, Matron Kavasa, she is particularly fond of Carnathy chocolates. It is a very like obscure interest, but she does like not even Carnathy, but like Carnathy in particular, but she does like to like try different chocolates from different lands. She's like a little bit of a chocolate connoisseur, sommelier, whatever the word would be. So she's into chocolates. Um, Chocolate. Um, and for Clan Helru, their patron goes by the name of Totix. And patron Totix of Clan Helru is fond of, bear with me. Um, yeah, he is actually interested in, he's like kind of like he's got a green thumb. He's really into like house plants. He's particularly fond of like exotic plants imported from sort of like out of the way non-sovereign nations like Cubara and like it likes exotic fauna for houseplants. So exotic houseplants. Cool.
Excellent.
Um,
And
yeah.
for the others, does 100 like does 100 sound like a reasonable amount?
I
Does
would
that
say
seem
100 is certainly a
paltry?
reasonable 100. No, no, oh, no, 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 not at all. For like for a gift, because like a gift to a suitor for 100 is like, wow, like that really means something. To as a gift to like the matron or patron as a gift to the clan as a total, that is certainly like an excellent baseline of like, oh, that was nice of them. That was certainly nice of them. If you were to like blow them away, you can go up from there. But 100 is like certainly like a, oh, that's cool. That's gonna take me.
All right, folks, what do we think? Or actually, I'm only with Lois on it. What do we think?
Yeah, I think 100
200,
is
150?
I think 100 is fine. 100 says I recognize your value. I'm not trying to buy your good favor, but I am I I respect you enough to recognize you for your station, and this is, you know, it's it's polite without asking for something.
Yeah. And to Lois's great point, as you've seen, Rowan, like Lois buying this flute, which is like a very like Eurobard, here's a magnificent flute. And then perhaps the boat more than anything, you're like, oh, what's going on there? You do begin to recognize that maybe everywhere, but certainly here in Largo, gifts are like statements. They do say something what you're giving as well, like whether it's intimate or not, right? So to Lois's point, absolutely. Like if you're throwing like 250 at somebody for like a gem encrusted gold ring, you're saying something with that. Like we're not hurting wealth. Like we're not hurting for wealth. Like here's a presentation of our wealth. And you guys are maybe not wanting to present that right now.
No, but there is one more I would like to roll for, and that would be Avicii.
Oh, Avicii. Oh, you don't know, man. You're like,
Or is there
well, first,
something for a representative of the trust somehow? Is that a
hmm.
is that a
I have a suggestion, and it's going to fall directly in line with the need to poke the bear just a smidge. Uh, a wand of secrets.
to whom should we present it?
Oh, that's that's an awfully good question. But we can send it to the person who brought it to you. That would
I
that's
do
whoever
not.
their fronting agent is, so that's sufficient to the task.
I don't know how to get a hold of this person, Lois.
Oh,
Like,
we'll chit chat with the gnome lady who was already chatting with all the trust operatives at the symposium, whose name currently eludes me.
Oh, right.
But yeah, it was like Gloria Bright something.
Oh
I-
god.
Bright's flame.
Bright Flame. Yeah, I think that's it.
if I make the roll on this,
It
Carmen
was
knows what she would like to.
Pilk Bright Flame. Yeah.
If
Sorry, go ahead, Will.
if if I get the role for Avicii, Carmen knows what she would like to do. Like I know what I would like you to allow me to check on as a possibility. Or can I just make
I
that
know,
up?
sorry, that's a little too vague for me to know
All
what
right. So
you're
what she would
wanting
like
from
to
me.
do for Avicii, like I don't know if all right, this would be her idea.
Sure.
To try to find a really well made pocket watch um that has um maybe like the back face of it has a map of Zilargo that maybe has a minor illusion that allows it to like project the map and kind of look around it. This,
Okay. Absolutely. Uh yeah, no, I would say you could get something like that made. That'd certainly be probably in the area of 100 gold as well.
all right,
Um
then that's what
I will
she would.
say, like, from your perspective, Lois, because, like, Rowan, you're like, oh, a representative, or like, do I know of anybody? Like, you, Lois, you know that, like, the trust, like, they don't have, like, people in the public face. Like, you're sure that this woman who came to you, this Arichi, that is most certainly not her real name, and that is most certainly not her real clan. And it's any guess if you're ever going to see her again. The trust is incredibly secretive, and they have no public face. They are just servants of the triumvirate, and they are probably somewhere around here right now, in fact.
Oh,
Watching you
good.
to make sure you're not committing any crimes or doing
Then
anything bad.
when we just leave it in the room behind us, they'll know it's for them. Fantastic.
No.
So in which case we'll get the wand of secrets as suggested, since we're gonna have to not be personal about it. Cool beans. All right, done.
You want a wand of secrets. That's going to be a. Oh, well, yeah, yeah. The pocket watch is going to be 100. The wand of secrets, like, it's fine, but it's going to be, that will be like 400 gold. That is an uncommon item, my friend.
Oh, I didn't realize it was.
Yeah, that is an uncommon item.
Yeah, so just get the watch.
We're just gonna get the watch, and if I don't find Avicii, something, it might be a nice gift for
It
someone
was.
else. We'll figure
Well,
it
you
out.
can bet that there's going to be someone with the trust at that uh event tonight. If you can figure out who it is.
Great.
They're
Lois,
everywhere. Like
we gotta wait.
they're government spooks.
Hey, we got a mission to deliver the gift to the right person. All right. I think we're ready to get gussied up.
Okay. Last but not least, Cross. Let us come to you, my friend. Let me come to you. Um, in an alternative, as you come into the room, you are going to see Prince Orgrave is not surrounded by his like governor, like his the people who help him govern. Um, his like usual, his usual people. He instead has these like Concord individuals here, a couple personal advisors, but very much like he's no longer on his like work desktop. He's now on his romance desktop or reporting desktop. You clearly walk into the room and you identify that certain governing advisors are not present, and instead some people you recognize as members of the government. And he's gonna look up at you and say, "Good timing. Please come in. I could actually use your inputs, if you don't mind, Cross."
Well, that's what I'm here for. So, what, well, what am I giving my input on?
Well, I have a list of suitors that are lined up to visit New Siri, um, that are making the personal trip to come visit and uh, woo me, I suppose, is the idea. And I thought I'd run the list by you before we get there if you wanted to be prepped.
I'll take a look.
All right, well, come in and let's talk about it a bit. I don't know everything about everybody, and I have not met everybody, but these are apparently the most eligible people at the Concord and the Concord of Seasons, and my advisors and everybody have recommended to me. There might be others out there, but these are who are coming to New Siri. So let me take you through them. It's not a long list. Okay, first we have Hadith Irvinon, Princess of Karnath. He will hand you information over to you. One of the advisors will say, the Princess of Karnath is actually technically a hostage of King Bornell that was traded by King Caius III during the last war as a mutual assurance of cooperation. A ward in all kindness, a house guest. She is said to be quite popular in the courts of Breland. Grave sort of gestures with a little bit of a look. Says
You
she's
have to
young.
wonder if she's so popular because she's done a good job of getting on people's good side, considering her position, or if she's popular for something less, well, something unspeakable, shall we say.
The advisor says, we have had no reports of scandals surrounding the princess, as far as we can tell. She seems to be beyond that, but so far as we've been able to turn up in the common rooms in Parliament, that is, of course. And Wargrave says, popular is not a bad thing. She could be a good connection to King Caius, I suppose, through marriage. And technically Braylon, but she's probably a pawn of both. Anyway, that's number one. Let's not spend too long. I have a particularly unique one that I think you'll be interested in, Cross. Um, just says Rose. She is Warforged. He'll hand you the sheet. The sheet essentially says that she is an envoy of yeah, she is a envoy of various settlements of Warforged based inside of the Mournlands. The advisor will say she is apparently something of an idealist leader of various Warforged communities that reside within the Mournlands, which would indeed be the homelands of the Syrian people. Most strange, but it must admit it has its merits. Wargrave says, I mean, I'm sure you can appreciate, Cross, that both the Warforged and the Syrian people are both a displaced people. It might, I mean, it's a bit unusual, but we could certainly share certain cultural issues, rally together.
But if we're talking potential suitors, well, how are you supposed to continue your bloodline?
That is a bit of an issue. Um, the advisor says there could, of course, perhaps be some terms of arrangement for reproduction, put in place. The marriage is, of course, of a political nature, one of political advantage, but the procreation of new children could, of course, be accomplished through a concubine-based arrangement. Orgrave kind of rubs his head at the idea.
Can I like roll history to see if I know anything about where this Warforged is from?
Absolutely. Make me a history check. Or investigation, either or, your choice.
I'll take investigation if you're offering it.
Yeah.
That is 16.
16. If she's coming from the Mournlands, you know that there are absolutely Warforged settlements within the Mournlands that are independent
Yeah.
of the Blades, but it is entirely possible that you have yet to be briefed about a certain agent that may be interloping on the Lord of Blades' behalf. But you don't know necessarily. Like this Rose isn't like a big name that you're aware of. You certainly haven't been briefed about her.
Hmm.
It may be good to report back just in case something got missed, or she is a competitor, or you don't know. You're not sure exactly, but it isn't. Lord of Blades isn't the only
Yeah.
Warforged power in the Mornlands.
Give me some time. I'll see if I can't learn a little more about this Rose.
I was hoping you would say that Cross. If you know anything more about her, she certainly comes from a land that is, well, our land, which is difficult to get information from.
Well, I had to travel through the Mournland to get to New Syria, so I'm aware of the settlements that came to be out there. But I mean, the Mournland's hardly a nation. It's a wasteland with scattered communities of Warforged. But if some form of unity is starting to take hold, well, I'd like to meet this Rose.
I would like you to meet her as well. I would love for you to get to understand her and tell me what you think. It would be very important to me. Uh, and he will move on to the next document, hand it to you, and he'll say, "There's also a lady, uh, Lady Talalara. She's an ambassador of the inspired people of Redra, which is a continent, a faraway continent from Corvair. And actually, she was originally appointed to my court. I've met her. We've all met her. She was there as an ambassador from Redra and offered economic assistance on behalf of her country, but it seems now she is being presented as a suitor to further ties. I'm interested in what it is she means to propose, frankly.
I'm interested as well.
The advisor will say, "Oh, well, as we well know, my prince, the land of Redra is filled with the inspired, and they are quite potent in the area of, well, psionics. It could be possible to have New Siri bolstered with prolific young psionics. Maybe quite helpful, perhaps. Maybe the Syrian people are to migrate to Redera. It could be a good potential, which is why it has been selected for you, my prince." Yes. My notes, thank you. He certainly hands it your way.
Hmm.
All the while, everything is
This,
sounding a little like
yeah,
ugh to him.
yeah. It's this Talar is it's an odd, well,
Ugh.
it's, I don't know, potential suitor to think that they would, well, some from a whole other continent would want to even involve themselves with Corvaran politics, but here we are.
I could use
And
your help with this as well, Cross, if you could understand, and that is the issue that we face with these suitors, is trying to understand what they have to gain from coming to us.
Well, if I had to hypothesize, if there was ever a means to gain a foothold in Corvair from Redera, it might be from the ashes of a fallen nation trying to get back on its feet. If they support us, well, they have more of a say in how, well, in what our rise looks like.
The advisor will say, I will be sure that when you come upon New Siri, that I will have had my advisors do a little bit more research into the Empire of Red River, and of course the continent itself. Prince sort of nods at this particular advisor. He
But
will. Oh, go ahead, please.
I will also say that you do raise a valid possible path forward to, well, migrate our people back over to Redera. But whether they would be willing to, well, give up the territory that Brayland is so desperately clinging on to is difficult to say.
Hmm.
There would be catches upon catches.
I don't disagree with you, my friend. I don't disagree with you at all. Well, let's move on. And he will hand you another one. And he'll say, this one is rather unique. A changeling by the name of Vestige has proposed himself as a potential suitor. Now, we think Vestige is probably tied to not the displaced people necessarily, but certainly another people without a homeland, the changelings, um, children of Jess, as they are noted. They do not have a homeland either. The advisor says, we have entertained this unique and not necessarily upfrontly valuable marriage contract, but if we were to show marriage through a changeling, it would bring the changeling community to the doorstep of New Siri and united. It could enhance our strength. We must admit that the changeling community is a displaced one and perhaps an untapped resource in, well, frankly, the power of subterfuge. It would do well to New Siri to have such power at its fingertips.
How much do we know about the changelings, like their history?
Go ahead and make either a history or religion check regarding the changelings.
Oh, I'll take religion happily.
Nice.
25.
All right. Yeah, you know quite a bit. Quite a bit. Perhaps at the appearance of Mr. Shouting, decided to take a little look into their history. Um, they're hidden people. They have no homeland. They travel. They have a culture. They have three different cultures of people. Um, they are paths, they call them. Let's see here. Blah. Basically, there are three choices. One where they are raised in changeling communities, who are just changelings. They're open changelings and they roam around in their true form. There are those that are a little bit norm are nomadic clans that spread across the five nations and keep their true nature hidden from what they know as the single skins, where they are changelings to one another, but as they travel in, they will like take on the appearance of, say, humans to hide their true nature. And the last are people who completely let go of their changeling nature, take on a single form, and just simply pretend that they're not changelings, but all together. So those are the three cultures of changelings. They are either nomadic or kind of pressed into human society specifically. They usually dwell with other humans, and kind of either blend in with them or present themselves there. They have no marks. There are no dragon marks known to be residing on changelings. Originally.
Yeah.
But other than that, they're not a terribly that is the culture of their people. They are either integrating human society or they are nomadic and they follow one of these three paths. They have no homeland of their own. and no deeper culture other than that, just sort of embracing and assimilating into other cultures. I
Do
will say
I?
that you have heard that there is a larger concentration of them out in the Lazar principalities, but they don't have their own homeland out
Yeah.
there.
Hmm. Well, I can attest to the value of the changelings, and as far as espionage is concerned, but this would be, well, not a politically strong proposal by any means.
And Solgrave says, admittedly, it would give us some hard power. Oh, I want to give you one more thing, just because you rolled religion, so I want to give you like a little
Yeah.
bit of the mythology, essentially. The mythology behind them is they're known as the Children of Jess, where there were several followers who followed the dark six god known as the Traveler, and there was some horrible crime committed to this figure, this Jess individual, but she survived, and she prayed to the Traveler that her children would never be harmed in this way again, and the changeling were born. Um, so just to make sure I'm getting it right, in olden times there was a woman called Jess who had 100 children, and her enemies plotted to slay them. Jess appealed to the sovereign host, but received no answer but rain and wind. And in her despair, a lone traveler came to her, took her hand, and promised, I will protect your children if they follow my path. Lead them to wander the world. They may be shunned and feared, but they will never be destroyed. And accepting this, Jess was given the traveler's cloak, and she spread it over her 100 children. So their former faces melted away, so they could become whoever they wished, and thus the changeling race was born, so that while they were shunned and they could never be found and wiped out in truth. That is the mythology behind the changelings, which obviously gives them a bit of like a religious folk probably have an icky feeling about changelings because they're kind of tied to the dark six in mythology.
May also ruffle some feathers in, well, to those of a more faithful disposition.
Prince Orgrave says, that is true, but I must ask myself, what is it that the sovereign host has done for our people? Certainly sheltered them on their way, but, well, they have not harbored us as a whole. If there is a community of displaced people not dissimilar to ourselves, well, they cannot control what they are any more than we can control how our homeland is destroyed. He will hand you the second to last document thereafter. He says, this one is a bit of a, as we were saying, politically flimsy, but not impossible one. And the name on it will say Ilina Corla de Carna, or de Caneth. Lady Ilina Corla de Caneth. The advisor says, she was once the scion of a very powerful family, deeply related to the Wynons of Syri. But unfortunately, the entire line, well, most of the entire line anyway, was based out of Eston and Mayking, and was wiped out during the morning. So Ilnia's lineage has been wiped from the face of Corvair, not too dissimilar to the Wynons of Syri. It seems that she has refused to align herself with any of the three Cannith forces. And since the war, and instead she has remained and identified herself as a Syrian refugee, and indeed has taken residence in New Syria. But she has proposed herself to be an eligible candidate for our good prince. And there's quite a few ways it seems she could go, but has chosen to present herself before the prince. It is an interesting proposal. I wonder what it is exactly she means to gain. The princess, she could simply be interested in helping out her countrymen. The bride advisor says, "Oh, be that as may, we must assume the worst, my prince. She could also be seeking to use your influence to gain valuable assets from the three Cannith factions to make allies with, or could be perhaps wishing to gain a stake and claim to the Mournlands facilities of House Cannith for a new Syrian for herself, possibly."
Presumably, since she bears the name to Kenneth, she's marked.
Indeed, indeed, she bears the mark of House Cannith. The mark of making, I should say.
If memory serves, like, pretty sure there's like strict laws about, hey, so like the monarchs and the Dragon Marked houses aren't supposed to
Yes,
supposed to do that.
exactly.
Yeah. Well,
Says, be that as it is most certainly against the court edicts, but well, I mean, Lord Ambassador Cross, you have been to the wonderful city, sovereign state of Onder, and met the Prince Consort of House Vidalis, who is, of course, not associated with Vidalis, though he still, interestingly enough, retains the name of the House Vidalis, though is, of course, not associated by anything, well, officially political. It is not impossible to make this marriage work, if it were desired.
the more time I spend among the Dragon Marked, well, among monarchs and Dragon Marked barons, I find that no one seems to like the court edicts. The more there is well, a suggestion rather than a law.
Um, the Prince Orgreave will say, "So you think that this, I'm not saying she's at the top of the list or anything, but you do truly believe that this could be a potential marriage option and the court edicts wouldn't be."
Make no mistake, it's a violation. It's whether anyone will give a damn about the violation. As you rightly say, on there already have their prince consort as a flagrant violation, but nothing has been done, and we all have simply accepted it for what it is.
And the advisor will say, "It is also, of course, worth knowing that the Prince Consort of Ander retains pretty intense relationships with his brother, who happens to be the Baron of Hospitalis, whereas Ilena Corla de Cannith has no ties whatsoever to the three competing barons of House Cannith. Of anything, a marriage contract with her should be easy, especially considering the prince was not allowed to attend the Treaty of Thronehold signing, and thus is not technically known at the time, is not technically recognized as a sovereign nation, and thus is not held to the court edicts, technically speaking."
This is true, and well, I sort of rub my like face.
We will have to see what it is that she hopes to gain, I suppose.
There's a desire for the court edicts to be eroded away in time. If House Cannith were to have, well, a prince brought into the fold and successfully bring Syria back from the grave, they would find themselves in a much more powerful position far into the future. And it should be worth saying that that your own bloodline would forever then have the mark of making as a possible manifestation.
It would be, I never really thought of it like that. The House of Wynon possessing a dragon mark. It's a violation of the court edicts, an intense one, but as you say, it is perhaps to be eroded. Not that I know that it should be, admittedly.
Interesting conundrum, as you say. The prince isn't actually beholden to them. He wasn't there for the signing. And yet, should we successfully regain our sovereignty and territory, suddenly the line of wine arm becomes dragon marked.
Princess
Edicts,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
the Court
Sorry.
edicts would be destroyed through a loophole.
Princess. Or is the alternative perhaps the idea of a wine on marrying a Caneth outside the legal bounds of the court edicts might put pressure on the sovereigns of the other nations to potentially consider New Syria to be its own sovereign nation, finally, so that we must abide by the court edicts.
This is certainly a useful play. Declare the intention to marry a Caneth, and suddenly, well, the very threat of your bloodline may spur them to pressure Brayland to give us what we really want.
It would certainly help us get around Baelish Parliament if the other sovereign nations insisted upon our signing. Interesting to consider. But we do have one last potential suitor, and she will put forth the final one. This is certainly the most, well, unimaginable of the bunch. Um, and it says Siana of Capador. And it will say beneath that she is the warrior champion of Clan Capadur of the Galdar Hobgoblins of Dargoon, of course. The prince clearly looks very uncomfortable at this potential one. The advisors, almost as if he is suddenly walking on eggshells, says, "Indeed, the one Siana of the Capadur clan has come forth as a potential suitor. She put forth immediately into her um, eligibility that she recognized Dargoon's active betrayal towards the Syrian people during the day of mourning, um, albeit, of course, well, never mind. In hopes to make her union with Orgrave to be a bridge to reforging Syrian and Dargoon nations, which, as difficult as I'm sure it must be conceptually for our good prince and the Syrian people, technically it is indeed the point of marriages is to mend broken bridges, if we had, of course, an interest in such a thing. The prince, not angry, but and still relaxed, not like tense and like Dargoon, like nothing like that. But you can see certainly in the contemplativeness of his face, considers this one to be a troubling option. But admits it is true. Technically, this is one of the uses of marriage. And Dargoon was once Syrian territory. We were to secure. He almost seems like he's choking on the words as they come up. You know him, like he's a very elegant speaker, but you've known him well enough that you can tell. He goes, it probably would look well upon our people to reclaim old Syrian land for the Syrian people once more, though it would be a hard sell, and it would make me admittedly quite happy to, well, make an underhanded move against the Lesh.
I can't quite. It's an odd one in the same similar vein to the one from Rhetora. Can't quite figure out what exactly it is that they gain from such a match.
The advisor says, we do know that the clan of Capador has been longtime rivals of the Rakontosh clan, which is the clan of Lesh Horuk. So perhaps it is by the commonality of a similar rival that both the Syrian people and Capador clan share. Perhaps they wish to strike at the power of the Lesh, technically, if you were to marry this Siana, you would have claim to the lands of her clan, and of course to her forces. And the prince says, "How interesting to propose my people should have their old lands back, but with hobgoblin neighbors, let alone people living probably next door if their clans to be absorbed into the new Syrian people is one that would be difficult to explain to our people, but would grant us immediate lands, admittedly. I mean, how many of the others who are proposing marriage can say that they come with actual land that our people could settle?"
It's a fair point.
He continues to look to be sort of a debate, and he turns to you, Cross, and says, "Well, these six, there were, of course, many other eligible individuals, but these were certainly the most interesting, if not exotic, of the bunch, and I'm going to rely on you, Cross, if it isn't too much to ask. I know you are part of House Leora, but, well, I don't trust anyone more than you to this, to maybe meet with these eligible people and see if you could find out if there's any hidden intentions or more information to be gained out of them when we get to this."
I'll do what I can. I would. I know that the idea must, well, puts a poor, bad taste in your mouth, but the idea of immediate access to land is not easily turned down. But there is also potential for a similar effect through the very suggestion of the Decaniv proposal. If there were to leak to the other nations that you were considering such a match, they might feel emboldened to hand over the land as a gesture of goodwill and bring you into the fold of monarchs in Corvair. And suddenly that marriage disappears, and we can choose. Well, there are plenty of other options.
There are very unique options, it's true. They all come with interesting benefits. I mean, well, they're certainly interesting. Certainly the most, well,
Depending on what this Rose wants, there's also potential that she need not be separate from the other proposals. She can't extend your bloodline, so she is in a unique position to be, well, a separate deal can possibly be made.
I agree. Each one of these people are of interest. Some of them I'm not entirely sure what they necessarily come with, which I'm sure they will be presenting when they arrive in New Syria and when I arrive. Well, we will see how they present themselves and see what more we can learn, and we'll have some time to decide. Next episode of The Bachelor. But with that pre-show done, he will clap, not clap on the shoulder, but he will give you a nod and say, "Well, again, thank you very much, Cross. I do not know how I would confront this without your expertise at my side. And, well, I guess the sovereign host at my side as well. So thank you. And I believe the day is growing late, and I don't want to take up more of your time, as I think we all have to get ready for great declarations of love for hearts or whatnots this evening. Unfortunately, none of the gnomes proposed themselves to be exceptional suitors. How unfortunate."
And I did not receive a single summons. What a pity.
Must admit, I'm kind of happy about it. Well, we were spared one nation, and when we get to New Syria, I'm gonna get hit by a fucking train. Absurd, so enjoy it while you can, promise. And yeah, they will. Yeah, he will head out, and all of you can begin to get your stuff. And when we come back from our break in about 15 minutes, we will go to the Ledger of Hearts for our final Solargo.
No,
Uh,
no library, no library, real fast.
we'll do it when we get back.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
we'll
you.
let you hit
I'll
the.
try not to take it long. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it. Yeah, but we'll do that when we get back. Cool. Okay. Let's do this. Very cool. Very cool. Just make a minor adjustment. We'll be good to go. Okay. So let me find it. Or I'll leave it at the volume there and I'll just. Okay. The day rolls into the evening, and Ludwig is at the Kornberg Library, greatest store of knowledge in Corvair. What would you like to do?
Um, yeah, I try to be quick about this. I try to find tomes of law and knowledge about the Corthetics and their history and their specificities.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay. Do, I have two other guys with me. Can they help?
Uh, I'll tell you what. Take advantage. I'll say one of the scriveners, one of the actual gnomes will help you. They won't be of much help. They don't know much about the collection.
Okay. Gonna need that advantage. 11?
11. You certainly find a copy of the Corthetics, which which I'm sure you've already reviewed, which is limits of sovereignty, limits of military force, neutrality and conflict, regulation of magic and artifice, and then clauses of enforcement of penalties, compact of the 12, duration of authority. So, all in all, a la Corth edicts. Oh man, so many tabs, so little time.
Yeah, sorry.
No, not. No problem.
I'm
Uh, Go ahead.
specifically now that I have it, I'd be looking for what would be the legal definition and distinction between military units and bodyguards and protection details and such, and where's the line in between?
Got it. Well, the books aren't going to spell out like the nuances of evading. Like, there's not going to be a book on like how to commit legal evasion of the court date. Like, it just doesn't exist, right? Like, it's not something you'll read in a book. Um, that is as strange as it is. That's almost more of like an oral tradition sort of thing.
Yeah,
So if you're looking in the,
I don't tell the guide this.
no, I'm sure.
No, no, no.
You're good. So the Corthetics specify a house cannot own lands, noble titles, or maintain military forces, with, of course, the exception of House of the Meath. The edicts were established when the Five Nations were united under the Kingdom of Galifar. Um, it wouldn't have any information, I don't think, about like because this is a professional library. They don't just keep anything here, right? There isn't like a great tome wrote by like this sort of like offside reporter about like the where the Corthetics are at. Those are almost things that you might be more interested in finding in the actual Thornburg Chronicles, like somebody writing a piece about the erosion of the Corthetics will probably be more because these are like books of knowledge. You know what I mean? Like you go in
Okay.
here to find like the Encyclopedia or like the Odyssey or like medical texts or nothing that's like an
First-hand
opinion.
sources, stuff like that.
Yeah, nothing that's like an opinionated piece. That's more in the direction of journalism. And as for the actual like maneuvering of legalities, that is certainly something um probably found in like legal history. You'd probably be better off like speaking to like Lois or somebody who has more experience in the actual legal game, just like time wise. Um, yeah, the books themselves won't tell you about that, but I'll tell you what, you're from a pretty military place. Roll me a history check.
Okay. Hold on, I'll bring it up. History. Hold on. What the hell's history? Sorry, looking for history on the thing.
No worries at all. Take your time. All good.
There you go. History. Natural 24-23.
Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm going to give you some stuff.
Oh boy.
Well, in Nat 2023, you've had your own like pre-campaign interest in Denise, for a couple
Yep.
of reasons, which I won't
Yep.
go into.
Yeah,
But
for my own interest.
yeah, for your,
They're the local Dragon Marked house.
and they are most
marshals.
certainly the most
It makes
local.
sense that they're here.
Absolutely, they're certainly the most local of the man. Hang on, there we go. Jarosco, Cannith, and Denise would be the most prominent dragon marked houses in like Korth and in Karnath that you would have been aware of. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Oh, okay, just to make life easy, you are aware, like clearly aware of some shadowy, yeah, military forces conducted by the Dragonmark houses. Very plain and simple. House Fjarlan, House Durrani have like definition of military being used loosely. They do have an armed force. They both have like potent armed forces. They are assassins, but they are absolutely sort of mercenary and thus military. They would fall under a military division. Um, I will say you've certainly heard since your time of, high society, whatever, you've certainly heard rumors that they may not be the only house that has their shadowy military division. But the ones you would certainly be aware of is Durrani, Fjarlan having technical violations of the Korth edicts by maintaining a military force. Deneath certainly does. And it would take some delving. It would take some, shall we say, gnoming around, as they are
Roaming around.
inclined to that sort of thing. But you're certain there's other Dragonmark houses out there that do maintain very secret private military forces similar to our Mark of Shadow houses. You would have to take some time to go snooping and figuring out and wheeling and dealing and learning where those are, but no book's going to tell you that.
Okay, makes
And it's
sense.
certainly not something you're just going to know off the top of your head.
Okay. But the question of like when a security detail becomes a military force, that's more of the legalese kind of field question.
Oh, it on paper is absolutely illegal, but so is House Lyrander being the actually owning the lands of Stormreach, but they are able to do it under a legal technicality. So is Durrani and Fjarlan having an armed military force. So is Vidalis having a dragon-marked heir who is the brother of the Baron of the entire house, married to the sovereign of
Yeah.
Ondare. Dot 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 dot.
Yes.
So all of these on paper illegalities are either illegal or super finagling with the law. Like Stormreach is the most overt
Yeah. Okay.
violation, but there are legal loopholes.
So it wouldn't be illegal for me just to say, go off, find a guy with a sword and just hire him as a bodyguard.
No, because and that was an illegal thing. Like, is he Ludwig's bodyguard or is he House Leora's bodyguard?
My bodyguard would be much
Yeah,
easier.
you can't have him and have him being paid by House Leora, but you can pay him out of your pocket.
Okay.
Like, so the point is like there's some super like on the surface very clear legal finagling that wouldn't go well if under the Kingdom of Galifar. But considering no one actually cares to or has the power to enforce the Korth edicts right now, these very blatant minor technicalities that are being utilized are flying under the radar because there's no sovereign nation that cares to go fight the dragon marked houses.
They have other concerns at the moment.
Yeah, they're looking at their neighbor going, are they gonna bomb me before I bomb them? They just don't have the power to back up any sort of enforcement over the dragon marked houses.
Exactly. Okay. that should be it. I will start heading back to the place to get ready. I'll just hire a gondola or something to rush it along, and
I guess,
I'll chit chat with Todrick off screen while I'm on the way down.
yeah, you hang out. Yeah, maybe yeah, he hands you a flask or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, you guys chill out.
yeah.
Your flute, Lois, as previously said, is delivered to you in prime condition and all. Um, all you get all dressed up, and you guys are going to begin to make your way to the Ledger of Hearts. What you do know about the Ledger of Hearts on your like little fancy invitation, it's got like a little, when you open it, this like little illusory heart, sort of like almost like a little smoke ring, kind of comes out and fades out. And inside says, you have been, uh, essentially says, you have been welcomed. Uh, you are welcomed and honored guests of Clan Doran's Ledger of Hearts during the Concord of Seasons. This banquet will toast every declaration and gift that is given, and each will carry with it its own message. And he'll have your name on it, and like we welcome you in great hospitality. But yes, gift giving certainly seems to be the half of the big shebang. Um, you all hop into a gondola. Does anybody have outfits to share? I know some people here care a lot about clothes, so let me ask about it.
Yes, but I gotta find it. I'll be back.
No worries. All right. Oh, I'm seeing that people are coming out. We're sharing.
What is the weather?
Let's roll for the weather. The weather is actually rainy today. There will be servants who are have like umbrellas and stuff and will keep you dry, or maybe, or better yet, this is a fancy thing. Everyone's assigned their own like hired by the clan Doran. Everyone has their own spell right who walks beside you and casts like a little spell to make the rain sort of umbrella around you.
What's the temperature?
The temperature is at this time of year. Um,
You say what
Here,
time
I'll
of
look
year
for
it is
that.
too.
It's spring.
Okay.
It's it's actually a nice day today. It's been kind of teetering between like mild or chilly or whatever, but it is a little bit warmer today on the coast.
Um, Along the way, would us be could we discuss strategy on the gift giving?
Either way, absolutely.
I share with the others what I bought. More than I expected to spend, but it's decent, I suppose.
Okay, that gives us.
You should, I think.
You Carmen, you want to try talking or
So yeah, that gives us I've got, she'll rattle off everyone she's got something for. So I have one sort of sparish that'll look, and it sounds like we have one that can be very impressive if we need to. Good. Good going, y'all.
Mhm.
Okay.
Um, so Lois, Rowan, I guess I'll trust you about who I should be giving this to. Just message me and I'll follow the orders.
Yeah. So you guys all, I guess I should fine. I guess I'll pick out something for Orgrave and all of his princely handsomeness. Um, uh, hey, hey, hey. Why are there so many twinks on my feed, dude? Hella. Oh, dude, I found the perfect one.
Clanks.
Hella twinks, dude. So many things. Pinterest is just
Filled with clankers.
full of. No. I'm gonna say that's what my man Orgrave is wearing. My
Ooh.
forget the head and the hair and everything. That's not Orgrave, but I feel like he'd be wearing the darks and blacks of the mourning tradition of the Syrians, but throwing a little red in there for the heart and all that. And I think the designs on his coat are less draconic. Um, let's see. Does anybody off the top of their head know what like the heraldic symbol of Syria was?
Oh, it was Reland was a bear.
No, bear's brave. I know that for
Okay,
sure.
so hang on, I'm bringing it up. A Heldrick symbol. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think there's any info over it.
I think it
Uh,
was a green crown or
it
something.
was a crown and a bellow with a hammer and bellows on the field of
Oh,
grain.
okay. Yep, you guys beat me to it. Good job. So yeah, I will say that instead there's probably some like intricate symbol across his chest. Oh, crap, perfect, Lois. Um, I'll say he's got that kind of like across his chest in the bronze. No green. But yeah, that'll be kind of interwoven into like a larger design that sort of connects it with the outfit. So yeah, cool. That's what I'll say with good Orgrave is wearing. Um, I'm sure he has a crown. There's like a little crown. Nothing too gaudy. Um, crazy Lois, crazy outfit. I love it. Showing a little leg. Very nice. Got it. Got it. Cool. You got Orgrave will around. He doesn't say nice, not like I did. Um, but he says, so what is the particular level of drama we are expecting this evening? It is the end of Solargo, so I expect maybe quite a bit. Ooh, look at you, Rowan. Are you matching the prince right now?
Not on purpose, but
Yeah,
that
he
that
looks at your outfit and smiles. And he will kind of smirk and say, "You have an excellent taste in color palette, if I might say."
I was thinking the same about you.
Cool. You guys get into your gondolas and chariots and so forth, and um, I'll say for whatever reason, Rowan, you end up sitting beside uh Orgrave, and he's gonna say, "May I ask you a question, Baron?
Absolutely.
You you are Syrian, yes?
Yes.
Have you been to New Syria?
No, but I've sent a lot of people there in the first days.
I read the paper. Um, I mean, thank you. It's strange to say it, I suppose, but um, to thank a Syrian on behalf of Syria, it doesn't make much sense, does it? But nonetheless, I feel obliged to say, I mean, I admire what you did.
I'm sorry. I think that's the first time anyone has said that. Thank you.
That's
Your Highness.
first time. That's inadequate, to say the least.
What's important is that
Um,
as many people were saved as possible, right?
well, perhaps you may get some greater things when you come to New Zealand. I'm sure there will be people there who will recognize you.
I'm looking forward to it. I really am.
As a Siren, I know you have a lot going for you, more than the average Siren these days, Baron, but just as a Siren, no, what do you feel? This may be a foolish question to ask, but what do you feel our people need most right now? Not as a baron or a diplomat or a canis, but as a citizen of Siren. What do you think?
Hope.
Make a persuasion check. This may inform what happens in our next chapter.
So that was a nat 20.
Oh, damn.
Well, there's some decisions made for us. Not entirely, but it'll have impact, that's for sure.
Oh, god damn.
For 26 total.
God damn.
He
God damn.
he notes it.
Mhm.
He's like, oh, god damn. Oh. No, he doesn't do that. But you see like the simplicity and like the simple, clear, like obviousness of your answer. It does. I don't know if moves him is the right word, but it's certainly he feels it. You can tell that it grabs on him. And he says, of course. Of course. Thank you. Thank you for saying so. It can be hard in the great scramble of governing and politics to lose sight of the simplest, easiest answer.
Thank you for asking. I appreciate it.
I think it would be a great fault on my part not to have asked. You are one of the most accomplished Sirens since the war. You've probably risen higher than any other Siren in such a short time, and in your way, you're a war hero for what you did in Dargun. I would be a fool not to ask.
Thank you.
I will say anyone who wished to have heard that conversation is, it would have been impossible not to have eavesdropped, if you had wanted to.
Ludwig heard it, and he quietly smiles to himself. Yeah, you go, girl.
Yeah. Ross turns around and is like, stop talking to my boy. Stop talking to my boy.
Like, he's mine.
That's my prince.
You can't
Cross
have him
doesn't say
either. It
anything.
doesn't work for you. You have the same problem as the Kenneth, Jill. Just stop. He needs land.
Land. That would be
Cross is
much more
like,
practical.
no, he needs land, Rowen.
Yeah.
He doesn't need hope, he needs land.
That's a cross answer.
That's very fun. He needs food, goddammit.
Rowen would say the same thing. Actually, I guess she didn't say the same thing. I guess she said hope.
Mm,
So
yeah.
Did you say
Mine would
home or did you say hope?
hope.
Hope. Good, good, good. Great. Superman, he's left an impression on himself. All right, fantastic. Um, Magnificent. Okay. You guys travel along in your wonderful gondola rides. Um, you find yourself pulling up to another one of these grand estates. Um, you go down a long walkway where you are going to find yourself gathered um, at the Korenberg Observatory. Um, and it is decorated with all of the goings-ons and party plannings and table centerings of something worthy of this grandeur. Um, the beautiful arcane dome reflects constellations of Eberron's sky. The great telescope. You have to go up a very short flight of stairs, but you could look into this magnificent Kenneth-made invention and look at the stars for yourselves and see the celestial constellations with your own two eyes rather than just through illusions. Whether this is a jab from Clan Doran to Clan Tarlock, you do not know, but it is certainly quite beautiful. Um, you find yourselves, let's see here. Just going to tell you what the place looks like. You see many tables are aligned throughout the come on, okay, the observatory, Hornberg Observatory, and there's seating all around. You are shown by various ushers, well, not ushers, but like various waiters who will show you to your table where each seat will have a little label there. You guys are not all necessarily, you guys are sitting pretty close to each other, but not directly because you guys also have your whole posses with you and everything. So naturally, you guys are a couple seats down from one another. You could throw paper airplanes at each other, perhaps. Um, but nonetheless, I will say this. You could be grouped 2 by 2. I am going to say Rowan and Lois, you two are sitting next to each other, and your little groups are sort of next to each other in that way. And Cross and Ludwig, you guys are sitting next to each other across the table from Rowan and Lois with your entourages to your right or left.
So I
Doesn't
guess
really
the
matter.
prince is still hit crosses left, I suppose.
That is a very good point. That is a tremendously good point. You know what? I will say quite kindly, um, Clan Doran has you guys are put to the end of one of the tables, and the prince is sort of sat at the end of the table, close to all of you as you are his traveling companions. Um, yeah, so I might have to take that. The seating arrangement's very important. So they put
Mm.
Orgrave at the end of the table. It is a seat of not tremendous honor, but it shows their appreciation for his station. Um, they'll put Rowan across from Lois, both next to Orgrave. Um, but Cross is his aide. This is tough. This
I'll,
is
I'll,
tricky.
Cross can sit next to Orgriv. I'll sit next to Cross, and my people will sit downwards.
You know what? We're gonna
I
do
have
this
I have my
wedding.
own bodyguard, I'm afraid.
So we're gonna do this the way it's done at proper weddings. You guys are gonna have a table. It's gonna be a table. It's gonna be a circle table. No one's more. It's the round tables. Okay. Arthur showed up and was like, none of this. And so you guys will all sit next to each other. There will be a nearby table neighboring your own that is seated with all of your custodians and defenders and
They're
all
at
of
the
that
kids'
nonsense.
table.
Yeah, there is it's definitely a table for the probably 2 tables for all of your aides, frankly, that sit to the right and on opposing sides of your own table. Um, but I would say Cross sits next to Orgrave, Rowan sits next to Lois, and I'll say Ludwig. You're next to Orgrave
Okay.
and next to Lois. So you sit
Okay.
between the two of them. And then Cross
Awesome.
and Rowan, you two will be beside each other.
Hmm.
Um, okay, that very, very important item of the night is behind us. You see all manner of Zill nobility. There's even a couple of foreign diplomats, perhaps. Some university scholars are present who speak of the various constellations. Um, it is a full place where you're seeing some people who weren't here in the past 2 nights. Um, yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. Not to pat myself on the back. But as you guys are sitting there, the banquet, and as everybody's beginning to be sat in this massive, massive observatory space, which holds all of the eligible zone nobility. And you will notice as you look around, maybe you catch the eye of, or not catch the eye, but maybe you catch sight of Noldric, who is indeed sitting beside Matron Kavessa Irtavardrin. And you will see an unknown gnomish woman sitting beside Yolanir Marza, which is over there, who is freshly awoken from his nap. And various other suitors that Lois has gently let down, and others who you have let down, but also given them what they wanted anyway, and maybe from across the room, you might catch wind of Trassic Peldrin, who just raises a little flute to you, Lois and Cross. Um, but yeah, you guys are sitting around, and there's plenty of people here tonight. You can definitely see that Noldric and Kavessa are positioned in the direction of the Leora table. They're not close to you. They're like somewhere else off in the hall. There's definitely a lot of communication happening between those two in particular. Um, and yeah, if you want to look into more into that, you look more into that. Um, Unsurprisingly, Violin's eyes find his way over to the Leora table here and there, maybe trying to catch a glance of the beautiful Lois song. Um, you you settle in and you're going to see one of the speakers stand up, who is going to ding, 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 take his glass, and he's going to say, "Welcome, one and all, to the Ledger of Hearts here at the Korenberg Observatory, hosted by Clan Thorin. We thank you all for attending this wonderful banquet, and we will begin the night with a hearty toast, the first of many, a toast of confession, of appreciation for all of the wonderful guests here who could be at this event tonight. So here is to you, all of our lovely, beautiful gnomes, foreigners, all welcome one and all." And there's a little ding, 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 ding around the call. Everyone has a little sip. This is choking on my own spit. Anyway, that was embarrassing. He says, "As a reminder, this is a banquet where we will present you with wine, fine food, and wordplay. We hope that each suitor will endeavor to make romantic pledges through poems, vows, tokens, make perhaps philosophical bonds, statements of shared values, or even alliance as far as financial or political. By no means, if the suitors are not ready to make such formal marital alliances, this is okay, but it would be in good taste to make declarations of perhaps vows to yourself, ways you wish to conduct your lives, bonds you wish to make with your own hearts, or to friends, or to family, or to country. It is in great taste this evening if people would make symbolic offerings and pledges, whether to themselves, to friends, or to loved ones. And of course, I will not put down the greatness of the power of the bond of matrimony. If someone tonight may be engaged this evening, how very lucky for you, and let all be jealous and hear of your wonderful declarations. This is not a time, my gnomes, for secrecy and deviation. It is time for boldness, for love is a bold emotion, and we invite you to be as well. So please put forth fine persuasions. Maybe if we must have trickery, sneak little gifts to one another. We are very excited to see what wonderful traditions are made this evening, what wonderful declarations are, and we hope you enjoy all we have to serve. Good evening. And there's a polite applause to the wonderful hosts. And as the night goes on, it's a little bit like when there's a birthday at Applebee's where there's a lot of noise in that direction of the hall. And you can pay attention or not, it's your choice. But like if it's near towards you, you might stop talking for a moment and pay appreciation. But if you're on like the other side of the hall, the whole place doesn't shut down for it. But throughout the night, there will be these little proposals, maybe in the next table over, maybe in this table there, where people will say, I will swear myself to an oath of secrecy, for it is the best kept secrets that lay in the dark. And so I shall propose to always follow the Zill philosophy of careful discretion. And there'll be a applause for that. Such sneaky tactics are well loved by Zill culture and certainly not looked down upon and are applauded. Someone will turn to and he will say, Sinzazis of Clan Goldham, I have loved you since I was a young boy. Will you marry me? And she goes, oh, that's so sweet.
no.
She looks at her father, who nods at her very firmly, and goes, yeah! And everyone's like, yeah!
Inside check on the would-be new bride.
No insight check required. She is like, this is definitely an arranged marriage. The boy loves her and is probably involved in some trade deal. Who knows? But such declarations are met well. Declarations earn you, it seems like, a little candy. But certainly, the bigger the bond, the more of the treat you get. Certainly, the two people getting married are given like a lovely slice of cake with its like a design on it. It's definitely not like a ding dong with a little extra fucking spray on the top. No, this is a really classy event. See, they're served like a very nice like slice of cake. They share it together. It's wonderful. But there's plenty to go on tonight. I'm sure there'll be plenty of events. So I'm going to turn to you guys as all of these little declarations happen here and there in sprinkles. Shall we get the ball rolling?
So reminder, what gifts did we have? I have the knots from the gnome Da Vinci. Lois, you have the flutes. What else do we have?
We have gifts for the heads of the clans and for this evening's host. And then we have some extras, should it be intelligent to present extras.
I did not buy my gift with anyone in mind. Is there any clan you would have me like to present it to?
I would like you to hold on to it and see what comes up.
Very well.
Thank you.
Very well. I chat with Orgriv about the wine.
Yeah, Orgrave speaks of the wine as well. He's like, and it is good wine. You guys are actually served it's a many course meal to kind of break it up. You guys are served like a wonderful 5-course meal with like a delicious like lobster bisque soup, and then it goes on to that's about as much fancy as I've got in the moment. So you guys have a little you're given a very fine 5-course dinner that consists a lot of like Cornberg specialties, just seafood, because they are a seaside docking town. Port city, excuse me.
Ooh, all that salmon.
Yep, a lot of white wine to go with all of the fish. Absolutely. There would be it's very clear that they're trying to ply everybody with a little bit of wine tonight. Every course is set with a pairing. It's not like a super filled glass. It's like maybe like a 3-ounce each. But yeah, a 3-ounce to a gnome is a little bit more intense to all of you guys. So maybe as the courses go on, the gnomes are getting a little bit more bold with their declarations.
Tonight's gonna be tipsy.
I need to go speak with Noldrick, perhaps you would like to present our gift to his aunt, and I can talk with Noldrick at the same time, or shortly thereafter.
That sounds like a great idea.
I shall step away for a little while, and I'll take careful note of when Noldrick is sitting.
Okay. Yeah, you and Shell get up and head out. He's sitting right now.
I'm gonna look for a place out of the way where like there's not much, I guess, foot traffic,
Okay.
and I am going to cast clairvoyance underneath Noldrick's table to listen in, but I need like 10 minutes of cast time.
Um, yeah, you're like, Shell, cover for me. He's like,
Well, shall keep watch.
yeah, you get to like a maybe like yeah, there's no yeah, sure. There's probably balconies around here, so you kind of go up to like the upper level and head over to a balcony and you just like stand at the door. And some door gnome comes over and goes, "Oh, is everything okay over in here? Like technically the second floor is off." Well, it's like yeah, yeah, but he's like, look. He goes, but you know, you need to take your time, take your time, take your time, take your time. Because he wanders away, and I will roll a little intimidation check for your companion, who guards and wards off with but a look anyone who would bug you. And 10 minutes later, your cast is complete as you are on the balcony going.
Something more akin to a lot of Blaze. Grant me your sight to grant me your ears, listen in on my enemies.
Grant me the great oracle of oil, let the gears flow into them.
Yeah.
Cool. And so it appears. It's an arcane eye, you said?
Clairvoyance. It's
Clairvoyance,
an
clairvoyance.
invisible sensor, and I can choose to. Well, I have to pick between hearing or seeing, but I can switch between the two with the bonus action, and it lasts for 10 minutes. So I will listen in for now since I put it under the table. I can't see shit.
Got it. Um, okay. Okay. You listen for 10 minutes. No perception check required by no measure. Um, and you are going to hear Kavessa speaking to Noldrick. She says in very hushed tones, well, he goes, well, Noldrick, if you ever had the time to make a decision, if you had your own preferences, it would be now. Um, Noldrick says, told you before and I'll tell you again, Auntie, I will do what is best for our clans of Aldrin, as I always have. Marry me off to whichever one you pick, though I know you're eyeing the Lois girl. She goes, if you are sure, he says, just be cautioned. I do not think the Silver Quills are making legal inquiries within their guild. Be cautious, I've had some surveillance about. She says, yes, you have told me already. It is good that you do your due diligence, but you will not find a person in all of Eberron who does not have skeletons in their closet, do you? If the trust likes them, I do not see why we should dislike them. After all, Mordric. Mordric says, we are hardly friends with trust. She says, indeed, we may be rivals, but we would be fools not to recognize their strengths. Mordric says, I am not some child. I, of course, know the relevance and power of the trust. Yet they still undermine us every turn. You should be careful not to respect them too much. They are, by all measure, our rivals. Well, or not. And she says, you must admit, the Lois girl does have some appeal to her, Noldrick. He says, indeed, she is quite fetching, like many this evening. And the aunt sort of like sighs at him for his apathy, essentially. Um, just as well, just prepare yourself for when. And at this point, we will say Lois has certainly approached the table. You were going this way, right, Lois?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you were definitely going to say you took 10 minutes and you heard all the conversation. At this point, Lois is definitely shut up. You're like watching it all, you're like hearing it all happen. You're like, no, 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 no. As they're like making their way towards the table. Uh, unfortunately, they do.
Mostly what I was aiming for was like to hear a little bit of the preamble before they arrive, and then the immediate reaction after Lois and Rowan leave.
Fair enough,
That's
fair
what I'm
enough.
after.
Roger goes, Kibasa says, just make sure if I make the decision that we go with House Leona, that you are at least somewhat convincing in your declaration this evening. Says, I have something adequately prepared, as you have told me. And says, well, try and at least look half pleased. Here she comes. Um, and the two, well, actually, the whole table will stand as you approach Lois, in respect. Noldrick will very respectful bow and say, Lady Leora, you look most charming this evening.
Thank you. And you look incredibly dashing, I might say.
You are too kind. May I reintroduce, as you have both already met, my aunt, the matron Cavessa Irtavardrin of our clan, and counselor of Corenberg's Council of None.
And may I present the Baroness Rowen de Lois.
Noldrick says, it's good to meet you again. His aunt will say, and finally, I get to meet the Baron behind the new house. It is a pleasure to meet you, Baron.
Pleasure to meet you. I took the liberty of bringing a little something, and she'll present it with a quick flip of the wrist. You never know what people say, how much of it is meaningful. But regardless of what is meaningful, what isn't meaningful, I hope that in the future that we will be able to work well together, and that regardless of how anything turns out, that your clan prospers.
Is there a gift presented,
Yes,
you said?
yes.
She will take it and she'll very pleasantly hear your words as she opens it. You spent like $100 on this, right?
Mhm.
I'm gonna say then that these are I'm gonna say that this is like dark chocolate from like the cocoa beans of like the Lazar Principality Islands, which would be an incredibly exotic chocolate to be imported all the way here in Cornberg. Um, and she will look at them and the label and everything, and this probably very nicely, whatever. This is probably the most expensive chocolate you can buy in fucking Cornberg. And she does look genuinely impressed in her face. She looks at it and says, My, Lady or Baron Rowen. I must admit, I'm surprised how not only insightful you are to have found out of my little hobby, but also to have found something so exotic. You must have spent days looking, and I'm just for fun, I will say your local information broker maybe helped you in the insight and the advantage and all of that, perhaps.
I was very fortunate to have a little bit of good information and a whole lot of luck in finding them. But I hope you enjoy.
She bows most pleasantly. And she will put them on the table, and she'll look to this older gnome with like a gray mustache that pretty much covers his mouth, who's sitting there, not dislike Noldrick with his hand on like a staff, who has sat down by now. She goes, if you eat even a single one of those chocolates, I will see that your entire collection of paintings vanishes, good husband. And he will, that is all you get. And she'll say, come, Ben, it is time that great women speak. And it is always, of course, a pleasure to have another great woman amongst us, Lois. Perhaps you might have time to share a couple of words with my Mildred.
I have that intention.
Magnificent. Um, to which you being the younger Rowan, she'll kind of put her arm up, and it's very awkward as your hand down. It kind of doesn't
I'm
totally work, but you do, but you know.
I'm gonna be the best escort I can be.
Yeah, she's got her hand like that, and you got your hand like that. And yeah, you guys go for a little walkabout. Um uh and who should we start with? Why don't we start with yeah, let me start with Meldrick, what I'm gonna say. So Meldrick very kindly offers you his seat, which is far more gentlemanly than his aunt's seat, and he will take his aunt's seat.
Thank you.
He'll sit down. He'll say,
And I will put Noldrick's gift on the table,
and
and I will set a copy of the letter on top of his package.
he will say, "Thank you most kindly," and he will open it up. He'll look at it. He'll read the letter, and it's about a minute or two. Opens it and figures out what it all means and reads the page. But you definitely see a little roll for it. Oh yeah, the moment he opens it up and sees the boat and the sapphire, there's an immediate recognition in his eye of like what it is. Um, and he sort of looks. He says, "I see." He kind of looks at you with this like, "Well, this is intriguing." And he is at the end of the day a gnome, so you do see a glint of like, oh, a little like this, it's pretty intriguing. And he will open up the letter and he'll read it and kind of be nodding as he goes, very much confirming what he suspects. And he says, "You were able to make those two buffoons get along. I'm sure will not be long before we're back under the reign of a single Wynon with you at Ben, Viceroy Council of House Nova."
They are very kind. There's more to be taken away from this. Your distraction from events that caused this to be the concern that it was orchestrated. It wouldn't have been a problem. Both of these gentlemen said so quite plainly. If you had been available.
You see it. It strikes a nerve, but it's not at you very clearly. Where you see that there's like you expect that whoever showed up and said like this is going on and you're like way behind schedule and it got lost in the mail, you expect that person probably took a bit of a verbal lashing from Noldrick. He clearly takes this all very seriously. So you do see some like frustration in his face at the situation and at having not been present to have resolved it. Absolutely.
The proposed arrangement that would have gotten House Civis out of our way would, by proxy, continue, and she will pat the letter, these sorts of problems, which I'm certain that is the purpose because of the particular problems that you are having with the eyes and hands. I can't, in good conscience, do that to you and the rest of your clan. It is with a heavy heart that I must retreat and withdraw my interest. You have other pressing matters that need your attention.
Before you go, let me ask you this. In your deal with House Silas, where I presume they wish to move upon the void that Tavard wouldn't leave, did it specify anywhere in your deal that you were not to be in their way when they came in to scoop up the Concord?
It wasn't expressly put forth, no.
I did not think so. What I foresee, if Clan Tavardrin and House Leord would come to alliance, is this. I have established over a very long time many essential relationships within the Concord. Dare I say, I am perhaps a pivotal member of it. If a Dragonlord house is to become the beneficiary of such lucrative contracts and mediation, why would it not then be to the House Leora, who would have myself, with my many connections, to benefit from the void left by Tavardrin?
We certainly would. And I recognize the twofold advantage of getting Civis out of our way by arrangement, and the obvious advantage that your connections would provide. However, I cannot help but feel that it would portray House Leora as a less than honest broker. And if we can do this, and she will tap the letter again, perhaps House Leora, as an honest broker, can be of benefit to your clan without taking you off the game board. It would put a thumb in the eye of, and she will lean very close, both the Trust and Civis, to see you prosper where you currently are. And yet, Civis be forced out of our way anyway.
How do you intend to do this? You are certainly seemingly taking yourself down a hard road on behalf of your entire house, would you not say?
It is the more difficult route, but I have I've been shown that additional pressures can be put on Civis that may make them want to agree to our current arrangement in a way that doesn't remove you from the power and control that you have spent a lifetime building.
You're, of course, referring to the very sudden attempts on House Civis's reputation by Clan Marza.
I
You
am.
wish to be a honest house, yet you mean to align with the Marzas? You are aware that they train trust, yes?
I am.
Hmm.
And I'm also aware that that information may be of significant benefit, not only for training the junior members of our house, but also for insights into how some of those operations are schooled. An insight that would be exceptionally valuable, especially to an honest broker. It is not necessary to become a criminal to understand one. And one can protect oneself and others by understanding the machinations of those who are less direct.
Well, well, I hope for your sake that your Baron can come to a more mutually interesting resolution.
I hope so as well.
And as this, there's certainly a tension there from Noldrick being denied and all, but in the meantime, Rowan, let's deal with you. Um, um, Kivasa, I'll sort of take you around the site. I kind of take you for a walk about the room without, um, you know, uh, making such a show of it. But before we do this, because I forgot the mechanic of this, um, I would love a persuasion or performance check from both of you for your gift giving. I will give you advantage, Rowan, for finding Kavessa's weak spot, let's call it. What you guys get?
I got a 17.
Um, 17 is, yeah, and as before, in what happens, she will be impressed and thankful for your gift. Lois, what did you
10.
get? 10. Quite fittingly for the conversation that transpired, I would say that maybe the gift doesn't rub quite the way you had hoped, or at least not as it should have traditionally. Rounds would have been like, "Oh, thank you so much." It was more of to him, it seemed to be more of a reminder of a frustration that he has had to deal with yesterday. So as you see it, he kind of like comes to the realization it was you, and kind of kind of looks disappointed, not with the gift, but the situation surrounding the gift. Um, so it
The gift and me are tainted because we are attached to that situation.
Yeah, so exactly. It's like, oh, so these people who magically got resolved by some unknown force was you. Right. Exactly. And then you have this conversation. So, um, uh, second. Uh, anyway, sorry, Rowan, you're taking your way around the room. You have definitely taken Convessa in the right way. She says, "Well, may I simply start by saying that I am impressed with your immediate knowledge of Zil politics. It seems you have very slyly found yourself in my good graces off the immediacy. Very impressive."
Well, thank you. I am glad to have done so.
Well, I am also rather glad that my clan and your house are negotiating as such. I think it would be most beneficial, it seems, for all involved if things all pan out between the two of us. And it would mean that me and you would be working together quite well, it seems. You managing the aura, and, well, obviously, of course, you being the Baron, I suppose I would be, why, it's been some time. I would be at your service.
You are most kind. I very much look forward to the opportunity to working with you. I am not certain that it will be under the auspices of a marriage.
You definitely feel the energy is sucked out of the conversation. And she says, "Impossible. Whatever do you mean?"
What I mean is that I don't believe that Lois and your nephew are going to form a contract.
Why ever would they not, Baron?
Because I cannot order Lois to do something.
Well, considering she has no family in attendance to do so, I suppose it would be upon you in the best interest of your house.
Hmm.
May
Do
I
you?
most kind point out the obvious, dear Baron?
Mhm.
I say this with no disrespect, but simply with the modest truth, which is that your house is, well, quite poor, is it
I,
not?
I'm. I am so well aware. I believe me. I am exceedingly well aware. I am.
Hmm. And yet, the
And it's
fancies of youth perhaps take priority over the stability of your house, doesn't?
absolutely not.
Your good Lois wouldn't perhaps have her eye on a more younger, dashing bard who has traveled exotic lands from abroad and has perhaps caught her eye.
I don't know if that is what has caught her eye, but I would not be surprised if that is what happened.
I hope you are doing what is best for your house, and not what is best for a single individual. Because Clan Tavarin must do what's best for Bits.
Of course.
And I suppose there is very little value to be had if we were to deal in such a way with Host Leora after having been slighted in front of the entire season.
Slighted? He's shown no interest. None.
Nonsense. I have called on your lowest directly, which I have paid no other lady in the entire courting season, a favor of. We Tavardrins are not bards and romantic souls, but we do show our appreciation in our ways. It is well known the Tavardrin clan has its eyes on Leora. Did we not send enough gifts?
Oh goodness, no,
Did Noldrick not charm Lois in quite the right ways with symphonies and symposiums?
oh goodness, that's not at all even in the calculus.
Well, let me simply say, Clan Tavardrin is the gateway to Zilargo merchant families. And if you wish to have access to them, it is in our best interest to make this alliance happen, Menial. I have positioned Noldrick, despite his apathy to the whole date situation. I expect he is similar to your Lois in the way that they prioritize business above possibly all things, which makes them quite the match. Now, Noldrick is positioned. I have made Noldrick clear that he must do his duty to the planet of Aldrin, and I hope that whatever your Lois decides, it is in the best interest if you wish to continue to do business in Zilargo.
As do I.
She definitely is you can definitely see she is you're walling her a bit, and she's definitely got that look of like well and she kind of has you take her back to her seat. And there isn't much regard thereafter. A little bit like someone treating a child, like a little bit like a scolded child, a little bit. She just kind of returns to her seat pleasantly after the bows are had. She maybe doesn't make eye contact. It's just two like very little like bow bow or curtsy curtsy without even really making eye contact, and sits down. Noldrick props over to the other seat, and both are left in rather a position of distaste, shall we say. To which a lot of the sound grows quiet as the word is said loud over some of the tables from one kind of triangularly positioned nearby. Oh, I need to change this music, man. We're still out in the city. What the heck? You hear from a familiar voice, Loisana, the moment I first saw you, as all the gnomes, so many, maybe 2/3 of the hall go quiet, as Violinir Marza is standing on his family's table and is declaring to you across several tables across the hall as you stand pretty much right next to Noldrick. From the moment I first saw him, I felt something I had no name for. And I, a gnome who has traded in words all my life, could not catch the right ones. It was not thunder, for there was no noise. It was not lightning, for it struck with no pain. But in that first breath, the world slowed, and I saw only you. Your eyes, not just seeing, but measured. Your width of a gnome, but the weight of him. Or not the width of a gnome, but the weight of him. Your voice, not merely speaking, but building stone on stone until your every sentence was a place someone could live upon. You were not a comet passing in brilliance. You were the sun already risen, and I, for the first time in my life, noticed the warmth on my skin. I have been told love grows slowly, and it must be earned in patience of the turning of seasons, but mine did not wait for spring. Mine did not wait for summer. For the first moment, my heart, traitor to caution and ally to truth alone, stepped forward and pledged itself to you. Not to your name, not to its nobles, not to your house, though it is rising, not even to the power you may one day wield, though it will be mighty. I, Violinir Marza, pledge my my whole soul to you. The mind that challenges me, the fire that unnerves me, the soul that refuses to bow to anything unworthy. If you choose the path of ledger and title, I will not curse it. I will pay it brings you every victory you deserve. But if you choose me, I will make of my life a vow to match the greatness I have already seen in you. Loisana, I fell in love with you at first sight. And in every single moment since has only made me fall deeper. Then I must believe it was not chance. It was truth waiting for us both to see it. And I see it still. I vow, regardless of your path, to your happiness, if it is my power to give it. And as he rolls a 21, there is a some weeping young ladies and maybe a couple of the boys too are like, oh man. And some of the forlorn hearts rise to Violan, who you can see by the rise of his chest that it didn't take any small amount of courage to do. He just didn't. And he just, yeah, there's no fanfare. He is locked onto you.
And I will stand very upright and I will walk back to our table. I will pick up my box and I will walk to his table. And I will look up from the floor as he is standing on his table.
He will descend.
And I will open the box and present it to him.
He looks at it with awe, and there's this moment where you're like, and I don't know how much Lois knows about art and instruments, but so there's probably like, I hope that old guy didn't rip me off. And as he takes it, he definitely looks at it with the look of like, incredible, is all his face kind of says sadly.
And the inscription reads VM plus LL and an arrow. L and VL. And there is a small box around that piece, and in more scripted hand, after that is always without illusion.
Oh, Eric, you son of a bitch. That's so
Violan, if you'd be
Yeah.
so kind, cover the square with the ball of your thumb.
And with an almost comedic immediacy, he lays his thumb down on that fucking Y box as hard as good as he
And
can.
Lois's voice, loud and clear, because she cast magic mouths onto it, with the trigger being Violan covering it with his thumb. Audacity and commitment should always be rewarded. Our future will be spectacular.
Um, okay, take inspiration. Easy. That's an easy reaction. And he says that and like, oh, you've captured the whole room by now. Oh, roll me. Oh, fuck me. Roll a performance check. Roll a performance check. Sure. I gotta ask for the check. Take advantage.
Oh, thank God.
Yep, take advantage.
That's better. That'll be a 19.
A 19. There is applause and like the whole room has been captured by this particularly mutual love match. And there is As many gnomes step to their feet. Um, the Tavardrins very glumly pay respect to the moment, but clearly they have been embarrassed this evening. But who gives a fuck? Um, and there's a huge applause. Violan is like he's got that quiver lip and that humongous smile and the like glassy eyes, and he just overwhelmed by the flute in his hand. He just like he's not gonna kiss you in front of everybody. That wouldn't be very courtly, but he will.
Oh, that's okay. Lois will kiss him.
Okay, he smiles and he just like throws himself into a hug with you, and he's like hugs you and kind of like laughs like he's so happy, and he pulls you around him and he kind of like lets go of you to kind of like look at you. Is that even was a little informal? You like grab him and fucking lay one on him, and everyone's like especially the young suitors who believe in love, especially young ladies, are all like they all go crazy.
Is
And
Gwen going crazy?
Gwen's like, oh, she's reaching in a new octave. A couple of the mamas and parents are like, no, it's not. Like they're not. Their kids are going crazy, and they're like, no, it's not. It's done. But they don't care, and they're like, no, it's real. And fucking, um, fucking great. And we'll end the session there. We will pick up with what last little things may be waiting for us here. But well done, guys. Well done.
Listen, Rowan might not have heard the words "that Lois girl."
Oh man.
Fuck you, dude. Wow.
Yeah. Well,
There's
it's very clearly all
It's-
business with him.
Yeah, but-
It's all business with that guy.
And
there's
like
nothing you could have said that would have tied that for her. Like,
it saved it. Like that was like, oh. It's also like Violan is clearly more talented.
well, like
I mean, he's not talented, but he clearly wants it more. He's clearly willing to put more effort into stuff.
Yeah, dude.
but also
Um,
like from Rowan's perspective, he has a very interesting talent that nobody around here seems to appreciate, and she got confirmation of that when Avarici or whatever was like the bard. Yeah, yep, the bard, the fucking bard.
Bards. Do not underestimate bards.
Rowan,
Bard.
Rowan loves the power of a bard. Yeah, I'm gonna take your humble bard. That's the guy we want.
Lois's calculus was beyond the effort piece.
Yeah, yes.
Was Noldrick is too similar to Lois.
Yeah, that's fair.
Their- Their yin yang does not match.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
Even on
they are lumpy on the same side. It is not balanced.
Ooh,
It's
yeah.
true. It's true. It's true.
Violan is a
Get-
very good match
Mm,
with respect to balance.
yeah, very good.
I am tremendously excited for when Lois is popping off next, and Dylan's like, "You think I can control her? I'm just her husband." You know, I can't wait for that line.
Oh, it's gonna be wonderful.
I have figured out these are the things that the windmills that you can tilt at. These are the ones you leave alone.
Yeah,
Y'all
yeah.
are on your own.
Yeah, that's true.
The relationship's very much gonna be like, I don't know, like someone's hitting on Viola. It's gonna be complete reversal, or someone's hitting on Viola, and Lois is gonna be like, "Don't touch my man."
Oh no, she will not physically hurt her,
Yeah.
anyone. She will emotionally and intellectually ruin somebody. and
Social security
society
number,
wise.
social security number.
And just posting it across the sky.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. I can't wait.
Yeah. I wonder what mine's gonna be like.
Oh, I'm looking forward to finding out.
We have
I
5
get to be
weeks
the
of it
peanut
gonna.
gallery for weeks.
Oh
It'll be
no, there's
fantastic.
gonna be 5 weeks of it. I mean, good lord.
Yeah. I will put forth that like if there are certain nations where like you guys just like will basically just take up as vacation. Like, for example, like because like I'm not going to deprive you of a song because like part of this is like I want you guys to kind of see the Five Nations. It'd be cool
Yeah,
to see the Five Nations,
yes, that's
right?
nice.
But if you like go to Thrain, for example, and you're like, yeah, I have no interest in marrying into the governing like the
The
theocracy of Thrain,
uh,
then it can be a fucking week of vacation. Like I don't give a shit.
I
Yeah, like
Lu-
Rowan will tell you now under no circumstances. She's
Ludwig would
religion's
make
hard for
an
her
honest
anyway.
effort.
So
Ludwig would make an honest effort of it since he.
Yeah.
Okay, what things God? Okay.
Hey, well, you guys are. I would love to give you more points, but he's already. The old one was at a 5 with Lois. He was already like ding ding. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was at 5 points. But you are at -2 with my Tavardrins, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is what it is.
That's fine.
And I
That's
could
like
make
listen,
everyone happy.
we were as kind as we could be, but to be entirely honest with you, the reception we received in Zalargo was kind of sucky, and they were part of that. So
They just didn't.
Well, them for like, I mean, it's very clearly the themes. Like one is like pure like business,
it's fine.
and there were
Yes.
certain and on paper,
Advantages.
Tavardrin is absolutely the more advantageous option. Simply the easiest. And he said it behind the screen. Tavardrin was like, "No, we're gonna marry Leora, get Civis out of their way, and then they establish a guild. We're gonna use Noldrick's connections to eat up the Concord for House Leora and make Leora rich. Like, we're not giving it to Civ, we're not handing off to Civis." That was clearly their strategy was to have best of both worlds on behalf of you guys.
Mhm.
So clearly, business-wise, certainly the most advantageous, but emotionally more satisfying over with Marza.
And honestly, like there's something business-wise to be said for
they have their
Mazara.
merits. Marza has
Yeah,
their
it has the
merits.
merits, and also how really good is it in the long term to be married to someone who is just kind of sucky? Like, is it actually good for the house in the long run, really?
Well, I
For the house,
gotta
yes.
say, I've
Yeah.
gotta say, like on paper as an asset, Noldrick is a powerful asset. Period.
I know.
He is probably the most singularly like influential individual in like the high merchant class of Solargo and a skilled negotiator. He is an incredibly he's the queen on the board by all means.
It was a
he's
really
very
good
valuable in
match.
that sense.
It was a-
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
On paper, asset wise, great match, but he's yeah.
How
there's-
many great marriages in history on paper should have gone well between like alliances between countries turned into complete and utter shit shows?
And it's a good point.
I don't need to marry Jeff Bezos.
Which is kind of exactly what.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go because I gotta sleep. So
Yeah,
Okay,
same.
good night.
Take care. Have a good night,
Good
man.
night.
I will